On the spine, this is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eye, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence, if the planet needed saving. I be in the conversation, it's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm thrown on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like ATON, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah.
what kind of day you want to have. It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset, if you want it, you got it. Cause even darkness breeds hardness. It might seem small, but it isn't harmless. So look into the light, this is why you sought this. At the end of the fight, you'll be glad you fought this. Every time they move left, then you move right. Every time they do wrong, then you do right. Anytime they want drama, don't do nice. Show them how you build and make sure that you strike first. Because it's worse if you don't. You get one chance, you will or you won't. You can take the easy path or the harder way. The choice is yours, but make sure you start today. Wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
You gotta shine. The time is right now. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What are you made of?
I looked out the window, saw the sun shining, made me feel real hope that better days are coming for all my kinfolk. In the past are the days where you been broke, been hurt, been scarred, been hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but get smart. When you focus on the good, it plays a big part to making sure that you headed to take a big start. Straight to the top, you got it or you don't. You can't fake what you not. You having a bad day, don't wait for it to stop. Take it into your own hands and change what you got. So I remain thankful. Felt the sunshine like I'm touched by an angel. And I feel it from all angles. Passion is in my blood from my head to my ankles. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eye, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like ATON, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You Ricans can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine or be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause I think you when I do you any favors. Yeah. With the lead, you can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
You know where to find us. That's the nights I want to see. Lovely 2-1 split as well, and both vehicles they push up forward.
Pero por parte de la calavera latinoamericana empiezan con estas chicoleras. Ahí va Miramar, ahí va Miramar. ¡No! Lo terminan haciendo la cuenta.
Enquanto o Arthur G já tem a confirmação no próximo. Enquanto seus companheiros estão tentando segurar, ele vai pra braço. Tem que esperar Jaguar e la tenemos en board.
The first building they smashed in.
To the final day of the PUBG Mobile's Americas Fall 2022 Championships. I'm your host, Todd Jukes, and I hope you are ready for one heck of a show because we're about to find out who's going to the big show coming up soon. Of course, I can't do this without two of the best of the biz, Imperium and Sandstorm. How y'all feeling?
Oh my god, this is it. We've had 18 games and it all comes down to these final 6.
Final 6 games, baby. Final 6 chances to finally see who's going to be the champion of Americas and finally to see who's going to be the last 3 teams to join them at the PMGC.
Woo! We also have 6 more games to see if Imperium can get one more on the scoreboard when it comes to these predictions that we got coming up. But dang, of course, we couldn't do this without Real Me, our official partner here for the 2022 PMPL Americas. Capture that spark. Just like some of these teams are going to try and capture these tickets to the big show. Of course, I hope you guys are keeping up with all the socials, the Twitter, the YouTube, all the goodness, and I hope you're using that hashtag PMPL Americas, because if you don't, Sandstorm may just trip and fall during this broadcast while sitting. That's pretty crazy, huh?
Wow, that's next level stuff.
Now I'm kind of scared.
Use it, please, please. All right, let's go ahead and remind everybody what is on the line. It's this prize pool, of course. First place, $23,000, $150,000 in total, boys.
We haven't really kind of highlighted how much of a difference there is between first and second.
Yeah.
It's a 5K difference just for one position.
Yeah, but I mean, look, let's be honest here. That $5,000, it's not going to be a big difference when you're talking about being the champion of Americas for 2022 in the fall split. I mean, that right there, that's priceless.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know what else is on the line? That MVP as well. $1,000 and the bragging rights. That's what you really want.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go ahead and remind everybody just kind of where everyone is at right now. INCO Gaming, they are on top here of the leaderboards. These are their total stats so far for this tournament. 90 eliminations.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest here. INCO Gaming, we talked about them before, and we're going to bring it up again. These guys, very surprising performance coming into this final. Yet again, reminding everyone, PMPL Brazil for the fall split was only 1 day, and they took the championship away from Alpha 7 by a difference of just 1 point. And now they're competing with Alpha 7 for that top spot. So is it going to happen again? Is Alpha going to be denied yet another title this year?
I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised with how hard INCO have pushed. 91 points they got in yesterday's 6 games. That is ridiculous. I know, in yesterday's 6 games alone. And it's not like they'd performed badly in day 1 and day 2. 58 and 60. They just turned things up another level.
And it wasn't handed to them. That's for sure. Like, they had to work for each one of those chicken dinners. They pushed out of zones. When the military base bridge zone in the first match happened, they were under the bridge getting some serious eliminations. So they are doing what it takes in order to make this this happen here. Now, you know, in second place, like you mentioned, Alpha 7. These have been the big monsters when it comes to this stage here prior. Now they already have that ticket, right, to the big show, but that title of America's Championship, you know they want that on their belt. So it's really them with also influenced CHEMIN right beside them.
They're just that team influenced CHEMIN that are just kind of lurking in the shadows, ready to strike while the iron is hot. And you can see how they've overtaken Alpha 7 Sandstorm in eliminations.
Average eliminations, average damage, average... They're beating them on every single statistic that we are seeing so far. And honestly, that is definitely not something I expected from influenced CHEMIN to compete this strongly against Alpha 7 in these finals. So fair play to them, honestly.
Federal, Law, both in the top 5 of MVPs at the moment. Could we see another one rise up? At the end of the day, influenced CHEMIN, though, their focus right now is securing their spot in PMGC, right? Yeah. And a big part of that will be overtaking Alpha 7, who've already booked their spot. It gives them that extra buffer.
Absolutely, indeed. Just a quick reminder for everybody that could just be tuning in here for the first day. That is what the prize is. We saw the prize pool earlier, but the top 3 teams are going to get that ticket to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships, which is just around the corner, and that is the main prize. Now, some of these teams, like you mentioned, Alpha 7, right? They've already got that ticket due to how well they played in the league stage.
Yeah.
And there's only a handful of those spots left. So, you know, if Alpha 7 does make it into the top 3, some of the other squads may be able to pick up another slot. That'd be nice for them.
Yeah, that really would be. But I do want to highlight something again when it comes to Alpha 7. Compare their performance this year to last year, right?
That's true.
They won all 4 tournaments they were a part of. They won the PMNC, both PMPL seasons for Brazil in the fall split and the spring split, and they also won the PMPL Americas. Coming into this year, they were denied by 1 point by none other than INCO. They were denied by 2 points against influenced CHEMIN in the previous split, and they were also denied by Vampire Esports in the PMWI. But now we got to look at 2 more teams competing for those spots, guys.
Absolutely, and that's Team QUESO and ATON Esports. You put ATON Esports in your hot seat just the other day, and I think they're still in it.
Oh, no, they're definitely still in it, but I feel like I can't really predict them, and I don't really want to predict them anymore, because the second I mentioned them on broadcast, it just started going downhill. So I feel like I wish them the very best, but I'm not choosing them for any of my predictions.
That's a great point you make. ATON had an absolute nightmare of a day yesterday. 32 points in yesterday's 6 games. So they're coming into today's games off the back of a bad run. The reason why we're highlighting Team QUESO and ATON as well at the moment is right now they hold on to the 2nd and 3rd PMGC tickets, and they're both from LATAM. So as of right now, it's within reason their best interest not to fight each other, arguably, and it's their best interest to just kind of keep that train rolling. And Team QUESO, they've been very strong in terms of Erangel and Miramar, 11.2, 8.2, but Sanhok has been their biggest fail so far, an average of 2 points per game.
And that's the same thing that we could say about ATON Esports. In day 1, day 2, both Sanhok maps, they put themselves in great positions. They had a lot of heals set up and ready to go. But just a few misplays, a few missteps, put them in the crossfire of Alpha 7, I believe, on day 2.
Oh, yeah.
And they just weren't able to get placement points, considering the fact that they have a plan for that heal strat.
Well, you know what? That's enough about the teams. I think it's about time we talk about the players within that team, because there's also on the line is that road to MVP. $1,000 and the title of most valuable player in this tournament. Currently in the lead, Revo from Alpha 7. But Coops from North America, right? Finally see some North America here on the board, right? He has a chance here.
Yeah, but then you have 3 players from influenced CHEMIN in Law, Federal, and Squashzada as well.
I asked if a 3rd player could come up until I actually hadn't realized a 3rd player had joined in to the mix, and it speaks for itself. Revo, he's holding out tight, and he's always been that massive playmaker of the side. Can he follow his team to get on top?
Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and remind everybody, just like I talked about earlier, the teams that have already qualified to the PUBG Mobile Global Champions, the Knights, Alpha 7, VIVO, Keed, and Furious Gaming. So if we see one of these teams in that top 3, that means that 4th team will get a ticket, and so on and so forth. So Alpha 7 in the lead right now.
Yep.
So I don't know if teams really kind of want to mess with Alpha 7 too much, because that would also make those next 3 spots available. But what do you think about that?
Well, one factor that we have to consider around the teams that have already qualified for PMGC, suppose outside of Alpha 7, VIVO, Keed, and Knights, because you have that prize pool money that does jump up into the top 8. But Furious Gaming is that unknown, because right now they are currently in 11th place. There's not that much of a difference in terms of prize pool money in the bottom 8. They could be a factor in affecting the outcome of the 3 teams going to PMGC.
Yeah, and another team that we could say the same thing about is Just for Fun. We've seen these guys drop on Team QUESO twice yesterday trying to affect the teams, but the regional stats, guys, Brazil was just dominating here.
This is ridiculous. 12 chicken. You guys can see it. It speaks for itself. I mean, they have absolutely dominated. LATAM, though, they did get to catch up a little bit yesterday, but when it comes to chicken dinners, it's Brazil all day long.
About a 5K damage increase for LATAM region as a whole in yesterday's 6 games. So, yeah, it was a big step up for the region as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they were the ones that started off getting chicken dinner after chicken dinner for their respective region, of course, at the beginning of day 3. But I want to know what's going to happen in day 4 here. Are we going to see the resurgence of the Brazilian region like we've seen in day 1 was just a massacre?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we need to see it today if you want to make it to that big show like we've been talking about. Here's the road to PMGC bubble graphic. I know Imperium has done some math here, right? It looks like this could be the suggested amount of points that these teams are going to need.
The predicted bubble or cutoff point is 217 points, and that is calculating Influence Champion's average points per game multiplied by 6 on top of what they have, and that gives them 217, right? Well, actually, sorry, not Influence Champman, but point is that is the predicted bubble point. So it requires the likes of Infinity and Execute to really ramp up today's performances and get the points needed. Now, Execute, to give them credit, they had their strongest day yesterday, and they got, I believe, in yesterday's games, Execute got 71 points in 6. So out of the teams in that kind of predicted bubble, they are the ones that potentially could actually make it.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other hand, you have the side of Infinity, the team that refuses to take consistent fights throughout any of the days. But yesterday we saw their best performance when it comes to eliminations. They managed to get 9 in that one game. But we need to see that throughout the rest of these 6 games if they want a chance at qualifying.
I'll tell you what, when you talk about Execute just need to ramp things up. They need to turn it into overdrive. 85 points today, that's going to be pretty tough to hit. But you know what, let's take a look here at the overall rankings so you can see where everybody stands. And remind everybody, like we mentioned earlier, INCO Gaming all the way up top, Alpha 7 in second. Now, like you mentioned, we have to go down to that kind of 4th place due to the fact that Alpha 7 is in that top 3. Team Queso, 162 points. But man, some of these squads are going to have to pop off today if they want to continue.
There's only 30 points, and it's why I highlight Execute. There's only 30 points dividing Execute and Team Queso, and there's 2 teams who have their spot for, sorry, 1 team that has their spot in the PMGC for that.
Yeah, well, I'm very curious to see who it's going to be. But when we look towards the second page, you mentioned Furious Gaming, 121 points. They already have their PMGC slot. How are they going to impact the other teams is, I believe, one of the questions of the day. But looking towards the other teams, for example, Extreme Slayers, Loops, Rise, at this point, the only thing that they could be competing for, I believe, is just a better prize pool towards the end of the day.
And national pride, because let's be fair, it's been a bit disappointing for Loops and Rise. I think we can safely say that they haven't performed to the standard we expected. Their ability to close out moments and work as a team has been surprisingly poor. Sorry, but sometimes we have to say that.
Yeah, it's what it is, right? You have to look at the numbers. And at the end of the day, we got to be really serious here, right? This is the final day. All of these teams, these players have put in countless hours to lead up to this, to get to that big show. This is their chance here. So those teams at the top, I guarantee you they have a massive, massive target on their back. But you know what? Speaking of targets, we got some target numbers that we got to hit here, guys. So you go ahead and tell all your friends. Once we hit the peak of current viewership across all channels, 20,000, 40,000, 60,000, every single one of you guys in America is going to get one of these rewards in the in-game center 3 days after this tournament. So let people know. Let people know. Let's get it going. Also, while you're in the chat as well, answer this question, right? I want to see who gets it right in the chat. I'll be watching. How many points did Influence CHEMIN finish in PMPL Americas Spring 2022? You know the answer?
No, I don't. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, obviously I know the answer. I'm not going to help the guys.
Wow.
You're the analyst. You're supposed to say you know. You don't have.
We brought you here for a reason.
Dude, I'm on one prediction point, okay? What do you expect from me?
That's a good point. That's a good point there. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh my goodness. So guys, again, right, let's take a look here at the schedule. It is the same map, so we've been playing pretty much all day today, so there's no really surprises for these teams.
It's the fact that we're ending on Miramar. The final game is on that desert train. It's tough to get a hold of, so tough. And that's why I kind of highlight the difference between Team Queso and ATON in that regard. But as it's the last day, anything can be thrown into the mix.
Hey, we haven't talked about it a lot today, or pretty much at all. But when it comes to these teams at the bottom, they've got nothing to lose here, right? So they can kind of do anything they want. And let's take a look here at the map performance for our first map here. Erangel, Alpha 7 have just been dominating. Look at the average, almost 8 eliminations.
And guess what? We got 3 of those today. We've got 3 of those today. We have had 3, obviously, throughout every single one of those days. They have been the best team performing every single one of those days on Erangel. So I'm very curious to see, are we going to see that consistency? Like I said before, are we going to see that resurgence from Alpha 7 from the Brazilian lineup? It's going to be very spicy.
And see who's in third. Team QUESO.
Sure.
Right, they're in third. So everything is in their hands to get the job done today. It's absolutely in their hands. If they lose it today, honestly, it's arguably their own fault.
Well, you know what? Hey, speaking of losing today, Imperium, the prediction results. You are currently have 1 point here. You're going to have to pull the comeback of a lifetime, bro. What are your, I know you've done some research. You've done some homework. What's your plan today?
I'm pulling an execute. The comeback is real. X marks the spot, boys.
Well, I know my strategy. Just pick whatever Imperium's picking, and that way he'll never catch up.
It's actually true. He said that to me.
Oh, that's toxic. You know what? Maybe we'll mix things up. We'll figure out how that works and everything like that. But man, you know, I've got to give, of course, a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Guys, I hope y'all are stoked. I hope y'all are ready because it is the time. It is the day. Let's get it going. Let's take it on over to our casters, Avenger, and for the first time here in the Americas Championship, the Blankerino himself. Let's go.
Well, thank you so much, Jukes. There's a lot of energy. I'm not sure I can quite match it. It's pretty late over here in the UK, about 10:30, but I'm still ready, raring to go for these finals for America. I'm sorry Seven's not here, not representing, but I'm here. I'm the new co-pilot of Mr. Avenger on my right-hand side. So happy days overall, but I'm ready to break it all down because this is getting a little bit spicy now.
Yeah, it is. Super excited to have you here, Blank, obviously. Now that Seven decided to take a vacation of the PMPL Americas Championship, that's completely fine. You're obviously ready here to stand in. You've had some action yourself today, so obviously happy to have you here and join us. Gonna be super exciting to get the game started here. We're starting on Erangel. And as Sanhok as beautifully said, it is half of the games played on Erangel, and the same again, of course. I'm excited to see Sanhok, though. I gotta say, we had some crazy things. And as the studio has been talking about it again and again, the question is, who can find the Loot Pinata Master Nova Koi?
It's the real question, right? I mean, if you could pick it up, it's amazing. I mean, we're coming from EUS. Obviously, I just finished casting the finals earlier today, which is wild. Sanhok has been an interesting one. It's that case of, do you go for that heal strat? Do you go for those big points there? I think we had one player who was able to actually find one of those heal pinatas, as you say, from Mad Bulls, and he was able to heal out for a long, long time. But I think, see, so far, no one's been able to find Koi. He's doing some good work for Nova. Fortunately, not towards the top of the rankings as of yet.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, of course. Really rough playing path to begin things with, though. We gotta say thanks to Realme for joining us, though, here for PMPL Americas Fall Championship. Southwest, down over towards Novo here, Blank. It's gonna be a extremely rough plane to begin with here. Honestly, this is one of the roughest one. I'm really curious to see if we're gonna see Alpha 7 jump into military again, or if they're gonna be jumping out and trying to get to North George. They've multiple times tried to go to military, and every time they've gone, they have not gotten a circle. So the question is, are they gonna be able to get one of those done and dusted for this time around? Just saw the overall leaderboard quickly there. INCO, of course, in the charge. Brevo here, 3 more eliminations than Coops. And the MVP run is definitely on, and it's going to be decided on the very last day, and potentially also in the very last game, depending on who played the best here. First of all, top highest damage, though, has been able to do super well together with Influence CHEMIN, and they're eyeing up one of those fantastic PMGC spots.
Absolutely, and I think that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day, is those PMG placements, that prestige that comes with them. That's where you want to head over to. And it's so interesting over in America because there is 4 of those PMG slots already decided. Alpha 7 obviously holding one of them, which makes the top of the standings a little bit more interesting, with VIVO also being up there, where you potentially see a case that 7th place is currently challenging out for that 3rd spot, which is so weird. But at the moment, there is still that big prize on the line right at the top that Alpha 7 is battling out for. But so far, it's been difficult for them. Looking at some of the other teams at the top here, Influence CHEMIN currently trying to duke out of them, still potential they can ladder up as well, but INCO just been far and away one of these more consistent teams when it comes to those placement points, ahead of most of the other teams in the lobby at the moment. It is quite the ridiculous number of almost 30 points ahead with those 3 chicken dinners that they currently hold, and Alpha 7 with 3 of their own. But yeah, that's 45 points, Avenger. I thought this was interesting when I was looking at it. 45 of those points, and the other 47 come from their all other games. So Alpha 7 extremely aggressive. When they win big, they certainly do.
Yeah, and half the Brazilian wins is coming from INCO and Alpha 7, having 3 apiece there. German and gonna be running away here. Federal, oh, is gonna spot and take him out completely down, of course. Able to just run a little bit uphill, and easy peasy for Federal, and he's gonna be able to get first elimination done and dusted. Unfortunate for Loops, they're gonna lose one, and Loops have had a rough one in the Americas Championship here. They have not been able to really bounce into the level that we've been able to see from them before, and also see from them in Brazil. Now Toiko could be the next member here. Does he take shots? No, he's not going to be able to do it. That's completely fine. And as we talk about here, currently a super stacked top end of the leaderboard, and a big 20 points in between Influence, CHEMIN and Team QUESO currently. And right now, Team QUESO is definitely sitting in the open here, with a lot of teams eyeing them up to be that spot to be taken away, because Influence, CHEMIN have had a mad run so far, and they're probably going to be able to lock things out. Now Loops, are they going to be driving into this one here? Are they going to take a little bit more passively? We do know that on the last day of tournaments, it can go kind of wild.
You can see a lot of different interesting things happen in those final days, and teams jumping up, back-to-back chicken dinners coming through, and that can be the thing that sees you towards the top here. Again, like you said, I think it's a great point, Avengers, that it is a super heavy topped lobby at the moment, with 182, 197, 209 for INCO, Alpha 7, Influence, CHEMIN, respectively. That drops down to 162 for Team QUESO, and the next challengers there will be ATON Esports with 136. Regardless of what happens, Team QUESO is going to have to let up quite the big lead here. ATON Esports is going to have like a 30-point game to even see themselves level with Team QUESO. Either way, doesn't really matter with PITTSBURGH and VIVO keyed in between them at the moment, considering they already hold PMGC points. But again, ATON Esports not only has to catch up to Team QUESO, they have to get that points profit as well, Avenger, and that's the difficulty.
Yeah, exactly. They have had these averages that are, you know, just around this 9 points per game mark, and they are looking at having to put that on top of their already high performance here. So that is it's gonna have to be some really good games here. Team QUESO's pretty good stats here, really even with placement points and elimination points as it stands. Infinity sits around the middle, but with a really fantastic good day, they could be one of the contenders that are able to jump in and contest Team QUESO here. And we're just talking, it's one good game, Blank, with a good amount of eliminations, where Team QUESO don't put up those average, 9-10 points, and then they're going to be caught up to. So if it has to happen here, it would be good to see from some of these teams being able to take one of those first chicken dinners of the day, and then we're going to have a really spicy leaderboard for the last 2-3 games of the day.
Which I would love to see personally, because, we talk about ATON Esports, but you're right, there are other teams here. Infinity, 129 behind them at the moment. Slightly less so for Loops to be able to catch up to that, or Extreme Slayers, but Execute also 132, just one good game. Now, what would see Team QUESO pretty safe here is one good game with themselves, and I think right now when the pressure's on, when it gets very hot within these lobbies at the moment, at the start of Erangel, which is one of your fairer maps, right? You would want to be, as Team QUESO currently holding up towards Severny with this northeastern shift. You control a lot of ground around here. A lot of these teams in Americas are dropping towards that main island. You're not seeing a lot of teams rotating over the top of North George. So Team QUESO currently control like a lot of land to themselves. The question is if it's going to continue towards that north side, or are they going to have to barrel through Infinity and break that barrier?
No, with the rotation past here, they're going to be going further towards the center. Not the best tournament so far for them, and unfortunately it's continued throughout the 3 days we've seen. Sitting on 80 points right now, more than half, or less than half, than Team QUESO's 162 right now, so it's looking barely, like pretty much impossible to be able to reach this at this point, unless they're absolutely fragging out. And again, I gotta say, Alpha 7 jumped into Military Island, hoping to get this circle down here, considering the plane pass was so south, and now they didn't again. That's 3 for 3, I believe, where they jumped military and didn't get it, compared to usually being North George Saki looting. VIVO keyed on screen, already punched their tickets to PMGC. Fantastic team, have had a mad run this year as well. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to be able to do at the PMGC, which starting kind of shortly, you know, 10 some days.
Yeah, PMGC is pretty close at the moment. Scarily close in a way, and you know, we'll crown a victor over there. And there's a huge prize pool over at PMGC, so you know, you have the big prize pool at the end of this North American AM Championship, right? And then you head over towards PMGC, and the money you can earn there is absolutely wild. So a lot of these teams already punching their tickets, like Furious Gamer they're seeing on screen right now, like Pittsburgh Knights. This is a great opportunity for them going forward. Yes, they might have not had the best performance here in the championship, but that's fine. I don't really see that as a huge problem. If you've already proved yourself with those league points, getting yourself towards that top side and getting that ticket early, you know, you can use this almost as like a playground, right, to get a little bit more aggressive, have a little bit more fun with it. And I see that almost in Alpha 7 a few times. They take some of these weird maneuvers, right, Avenger. I've seen it in a couple of days we watched. Quite aggressive sometimes. Maybe some questionable plays, but they do have the chops on them to make it happen. 105 current eliminations. The only ones that challenge them on that front is Influence CHEMIN, but they certainly take a hit in terms of placement points on their side.
Yeah, exciting. All right, circles closing here. We're going to be seeing a lot of teams stacked on the southern side of that river going from Georgia Pole towards Jasnaya. And the question is really, are we going to see more wild circles? You've had your fair share in Europe as well, but here we've had some absolutely insane shifts throughout, and it's actually gonna go north of the river, or the majority is at least, and the teams, and most of the teams not sitting easy right now, but the teams that needed the most, Team QUESO, already completely free choice here in question of where they're gonna go here. I really want to see them take some of those high priority center compounds. Jaguar on screen, potentially could be running into just for fun. Loops south of that, here on the road to Jasnaya. Jaguar. Rough tournament for them. It's above Nova at the moment, but still not in been able to contest for those top spots at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough time for them, but it's now just a tough time in general for all these teams. I mean, you look at Team QUESO, they're kind of king of the castle at the moment, with practically 50% of the circle in their favor at the moment. And this bridge crossing is awkward, it is narrow, and teams are going to be bustling their way through, elbows out, trying to hit people in the face as they pass. Loops has already lost a player early on, so it's going to be even more difficult for them, being back the line just for fun though. Tries to take a couple of shots here, keep Nova off their backs, but it's just Clown at the moment. The rest of his team not quite regrouped them yet. Nade in hand, drops it down over the wall, doesn't find anything, but pulls the trigger too early. Kindness, does him a kindness himself, lets him get away up the stairs here, Avenger.
Good push here. The Nova tries to clear this out, this building here. Good compound here. Shots coming in from Rin, able to clutch this one out. Can he finish more of this though? Trick continues. Tries to get his teammate in. Clown probably gonna get flushed with that nade. And the fight continues with Nova and Just for Fun.
We're now pushing up. Trick in the building. DBS. There's only one way in up towards those stairs, so the DBS will definitely do its work. Trick waits for him, and it's an instant pump there. Dunzo. This is not something you want to challenge. The bullets whizzing over the top of his head at the moment. Kindness gonna drop a nade in, but he tries to go down, gets a little bit more damage done, but that nade might just do the trick. In fact, vacates the attic, just desperately taking these shots and makes it happen. Nova's down. An absolutely catastrophic scenario on their side to a single DBS. Zuko's not here, but Loops is happy to pick up the pieces.
Loops coming in a third-party, perfect third-party situation here for this. They're able to pick up a few free elimination points. And just for fun, Zuko is left to just having to run towards the gas station. Try to make something happen here, try to salvage this game. And it's not a good start here for Just for Fun. All for Nova out in 16th. Just one elimination point. Kind of the story of most of their games here so far for PMPL Americas Championship. Now Nate, can he be found? Chief is continuously running after this one, but takes a bit of fire. Third party coming in again. Loops have already lost GC God early on, so they're down to 3. They have to play kind of closely knitted together, otherwise they could risk ending up losing one more, and then Abete is able to find Cardosen, and that means the go sign here for INCO. They're going to be sending it straight towards them. Shots coming in from Toiko. He hits quite a lot. Squasada managed to go clear of that, and then Abete is going to go on the shack. perfect third-party angle here. QUESO is being rested at the moment. QUESO goes even deeper. He's gonna spot one. He's gonna be taken down though. Chief been able to take this QUESO push down. Chief low himself. More shots coming in from INCO.
Chief just dropped into the vehicle, can't quite keep the bullets off him at the moment, but there's more shots coming through, and INCO, it's not looking so good for them at the moment. There's quite a few players down, and now they have to salvage this. It is just one player, though. This nade might be disastrous, though. You don't really want to lose players at this point in the game, especially when you've had such a dominant push up towards this position. 6 nades as well, you're right, Avenger. This is going to be one hell of a bombardment. Becker takes one, and now it's just down to one player. Toiko is going to immediately go for this res. Can't wait much longer with Chief being extremely low. Nades coming over the top, and this might just spell the end for Loops.
He's on fire. Toiko's still on fire. He's going to be taken down quite easily here for INCO, and they might be able to get the double res in this case here. There's nobody else close to them. A good third-party scenario for INCO. Their campaign so far with 3 eliminations is going to be going further. Next circle has popped, and we've gone completely safely to say here on the northern side of this river. Jaguar kind of in a rough spot here with some soft cover, taking shots from the northern side. It's ATON, I believe, taking some shots towards them. Now they're going to dip that as well. Team QUESO, Influence CHEMIN, and a lot of teams already sitting pretty inside the circle, but Alpha 7, Infinity, ATON, and Jaguar right now on the northeastern side here, close to Cerveny. They're gonna have to try to move in here, Blank.
Yeah, A7 actually ended up taking that wide wrap, allowed INCO to get across that bridge nice and early, waited for the opportunity to strike. I'm not sure if they took a boat from the side of Novo, headed towards Lipovka, maybe rotate from there, but I think I did see them just wide wrapping on that eastern side. Gives them a nice position to start moving down through these snakes roads towards Cerveny itself on that south side, but you are right, from earlier on, Team QUESO has taken one of these dominant compounds on the crossroads itself. They do have a little bit of a split. You can see Ayala here taking shots over towards Jaguar at the moment as they try and get a little bit too close to them. And they're happy to send them back, but again, for Team QUESO at the moment, it's really just about injuring these teams surrounding them.
Exactly, all right. Gonna try to go in for a little bit of a safety play here for Jaguar. It's not gonna be something that they can play for the next circle, but they can maybe get some information from this play here. Team QUESO still chilling here inside the warehouse compound. They have a potential crate going their way as well. Rise, another team from Brazil here. Huge loss, having lost Mythic to Alpha 7, and now their performance have been less than mediocre compared to what we've seen them being able to do last year and their start of this year as well. Circle is closing slowly now, and the question is really where are we going to be going? A lot of space towards the center here. Influence CHEMIN super greedy with the amount of information that they're able to take right now. Kowalski driving around the guard compound. We're going to be going east though. This is a big one. A lot of teams already are over towards this angle here, Blank. But teams like Furious Gaming, Execute, and ATON, they're going to have to move from that western side and potentially press towards Team QUESO. And Influence CHEMIN will be following that, though.
INCO has actually made their way up past that roadside, and you're right, this is a bit awkward. You've got that high ground towards the west. Rise taking shots down towards VIVO Keys. They try and assault that compound. Really good angle here to take versus this. I mean, it's a nice spot for a lot of teams, but there are a few mistakes that these players make in a lot of lobbies is just having all your players in that one building, having silence there over there on the ridge though. Great play, gives you support towards these players up top side, and Mufasa can drop the grenade in. Smoke goes down. Does limit that sight line, but just goes for a lot of these sprays. Looks for a little bit more. Got Diego on the outside. He's low. Vina comes down from Rise. Looks for a little bit more, but this should be an easy play for them, but they're not quite taking them down. Now finally a nade is pulled, dropped onto the window to try and bank it back, but it just goes directly through, and Rise is not holding this as well as I thought that they would be. With the amount of angles they had on this one, they even smoked off the players inside, kind of limiting Silence's angles. That's a decent nade in towards the shack, and Silence is lucky that he gets away with his life on that one.
Continued bombardment here with the amount of utility we see in the hands of both Silence, Diego, and Adrian. How do they kind of get out of this pickle here? They have to quickly eliminate one of them and then take them on head to head. Ooh, that's a potential fantastic nade. Does not connect onto Silence though. More utility being deployed here. Clearing one story at a time. Silence with a 3 helmet. He takes a nade though from Diego. This is huge. That's just Rafinha left. He's going to be able to find one though. Going for the flush immediately. He did not. But now Adrian's going to be pushing up with the UMP in hand. Rafinha tries to defend this middle floor here. He has a good bottleneck situation on that little stairway there. And now Extreme Slayers, they are moving closer for the third-party potential in this new circle.
I mean, this fight has just taken so long, Avenger, right? And finally, looks like Rafinha is going to take to the rest of the team, and Vivo Keed is just crumbling. Pulls out the M4, can't quite finish it off, but Extreme Slayers are breathing down the neck of Diego at the moment as he starts to spot these nades coming through the window. There's another team here. Yes, they got the flush, but now it's time to call the players up onto the walls of the staircase, try and eliminate a lot of those angles that they can take with the nades. In the meantime, let's take a quick look and take stock of this actual circle itself. Team QUESO remaining towards that compound, that northern side. No one really wanting to play the center here. Infinity's headed towards that bit just early on because there's only 2 players on their side. They have to go for this survival play. So will Furious Gaming. Hot Chicks of A7, Imperium. I think that was Rise, actually. Did he pick Rise?
I think they've had some decent pick this one. We'll check that out later. They're going to pop it in, I think, in the graphics.
I'm for INCO. There we go.
Oh, yeah, INCO, yeah.
That's okay. A smart play.
Yeah. All right. Extreme Slayers now been able to hold down Vivo Keed in this situation here. Vivo Keed super defensively playing with the smokes inside. They don't have too much information right now. Oh. If they can go up on one of the higher floors, they could potentially see one of them and take them down. Next circle has popped, and it's a donut here, Blank.
Yeah, it's a cruel circle as well. I mean, there's really not many areas to play. And now that survival outpost that Furious Game and Infinity are currently sharing becomes a hotspot. It becomes quite the massive amount of real estate that these teams would like to pick up, although it being pretty rubbish, to be quite honest, but it's better than nothing, right?
All right, Influence CHEMIN. Kind of driving around a little bit. Yeah, it's clean. Driving around a little bit here, but they're not realizing ATON. It's going to be close on them. Fran, utility in hand. Can you maybe find one of them? They're all kind of low. That's a good utility usage right there. Taking down Law to half HP. Kioski also close to half HP. They realize, and now they have to disengage a little bit. Try to get some hard cover that they can work with. Maybe leave some of the vehicles behind at this point here. ATON, Choco, they probably realize that there's maybe one spot at best that they can play at this high ground here above that compound. Now Extreme Slayers there pushing in. Trying to take down Vivo Keed. Shots are coming in from Cielo. 2 players standing. Adrian as well. He's going to be taken down though. And now Adrian, last player for Vivo Keed, pushes in Robert. Can he make something happen here? He's trying to get him down. Adrian gone down, and Robert from Extreme Slayer is able to take down Vivo Keed in 10th. They got 5 eliminations though, so they're with a decent amount of points out of this game.
This is a cursed compound, man. I'm going to put it that way. The amount of teams that have just died fighting for it, and it's really out in the zone at the moment. It's not worth the trouble that it was seeming that these teams were thinking it was worth, right? There were so many teams that were heading towards this edge side, thinking it was a good checkpoint to try and scour towards the rest of the map, but everyone was already fighting in there. It was one fight after another. Alpha 7 now makes their way up towards that northern side in very, very scarily close towards Team QUESO, but they're able to open it up with a knock over towards them. In the meantime, though, there is a backstop been taken down in Carrillo, and maybe Team QUESO can rally around this. Their Screams finding one, but again, Mafioso strikes back towards Pappy.
And for CHEMIN, a little bit of a good spot here for ATON, but they have the circle behind them, just pushing in. ATON already set up in the lower ground. Synatex have some fantastic shots together with Choco. Takes down Lil Boy. And now ATON, they're inside this circle here. They're going to have to withstand some of the utility usage we see from Influence CHEMIN. Nice utility, nice shots coming in from Kioski as well. And he's going to be taken down. Now they can push in the open here. More shots coming in. He has to hit the deck. Choco, last player from ATON, standing now. More shots coming in from him with the UMP. Finding both Kioski and Lil Boy. And now Influence CHEMIN there in a rough spot for this one. Federal and Law. Last 2 players standing for them. Have to find Choco. Circle went away. So super far east towards INCO. ATON out in 7th.
This might be a second point on the prediction scoreboard for Imperium. After all, INCO picking up a really strong position down towards this side of the map, and everyone has to flow over towards them. Luckily for these guys, there has been a knock over towards their location. In the meantime, Team QUESO fell and crashed upon the rocks, and Alpha 7 similarly suffered a similar fate to the guys from Furious Gaming, now sending nades over towards Jaguar. 9 eliminations so far for them, making this a very nice game, but it really is Influence CHEMIN as well as INCO, the kind of big members here. Nice shot, almost on the money.
This is just, the Lynx is just a different breed in terms of weapons. I think he actually hit him in the leg or something under the car. Took like 70, 80 damage from that Jaguar.
It hurts.
So from the Dreamsiski revive here with Milovan on the other side, Furious Gaming could not afford to lose this one member here. There was a push INCO from that northern side. And now they're only going to be 2 here. It's definitely looking like to be another Imperium point here. Fernan also taking fire on that side there. INCO controlling a good amount of space on the high ground hill and down towards Furious Gaming right now, Blank.
I mean, the biggest thing for me right now is Nenebete, just how far he is out from the rest of his team, allowing them to sweep that western side. But you don't see a lot of teams will take this aggressive position. They realize there's actually no one down here with them. So send Nenebete forward, get him to do some damage towards his teams and still have to push in. In the meantime, Robert taking a fantastic spray, but Federal steps up strong for them. Influence CHEMIN still going. 10 eliminations is a massive game for them, which will see them further up towards the top of the leaderboard. Alpha 7 as well, just being left behind in the dust at the moment. Furious Gaming down after 11 elims. They certainly were furious, but they did not survive.
Furious Gaming with a ton of eliminations, though. They were able to really log out a lot. Jaguar trying to survive on the low ground here. It's definitely looking like another INCO game at this point here. It's Influence
It's all but done, right?
Yeah, Influence CHEMIN has to kind of band together with some of the other teams to take on INCO, but I don't think they realize there. I don't think Saber is gonna try to make a play on that northern side. That would really be the play, but Papi's also the spoiler of this one for Influence CHEMIN. Papi could potentially find maybe one of the Influence CHEMIN guys once these smokes, they disappear a little bit. And now Becca raining down hellfire upon Influence CHEMIN.
And Influence CHEMIN throughout this entire tournament have actually played pretty well from behind the ropes, honestly, with less players than their opponents. But INCO is a whole different breed, right? This is a difficult team to deal with. Becker sets himself in the vehicle, setting them up with that 2-2. Next circle drops as well, and immediately they're locking down this zone. It was so well played from the start of this engagement. Papi might spend Vitu 2K though, does open this up. Influence CHEMIN might be able to find one more, but with INCO holding so much of that space and Federal going down to Seba, it might just be all over now for the guys from Influence CHEMIN. They did a lot of work in terms of those elimination points, but you just don't think, even with that knock and that flush coming through onto INCO, that it's enough. And you're right, these guys have to bandy together, but they're so angry at one another at the moment. No one's willing to let one another to go forward, right?
No, this is really the play. There is the play for points here. There's so many points, especially placements at this point. If you can eliminate just one of the other teams that are surviving right now, then you're jumping up to 3 points. Let's see what Papi's gonna be able to do here. He's gonna try to sneak here. Becca, fine. Oh, that's good. Law with a huge play there on Seba. That secures them some more points for this one. Becca, I think he saw Papi with that drive. He did a little bit of a drive scouting just before. 6 eliminations though for Extreme Slayers. A good game for them.
He is, isn't he? Oh, he's going to get both of them. He doesn't spot the second. I assumed he was going to go for the rundown. Now it's a 1v3 in a very unlikely scenario, and this is a smart play. Deny the points. I mean, versus INCO as well. This is the best thing in the world for Influence CHEMIN to go for. A very, very good play. They get a load of eliminations. INCO's only with 6 eliminations this game. It evens the gap slightly, but I think both these teams now pulling far ahead of Alpha 7.
Yeah, this is a huge game again. INCO just continuing what we saw from them yesterday here, Blank. They were able to get such a good lead into this day here, and they're able to continue this. Such a high morale boost for them, starting the day off like this as well here. It's honestly, it's just so deserving of this compared to how well we've been able to see them play so far.
Yeah, I think for INCO, starting off the day like this is just a fantastic boom. We hoped it was Team QUESO, but it wasn't. But Imperium, you got that point, and I can't wait to hear you brag about it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, he's never gonna...
What did I say before the first game, boys?
Comeback.
What did I say before the game? The comeback is real. The comeback is real. I'm only 1 point away from both of you, and there's still 5 more games to go. By the way, on a side note, on a genuine side note, I love the fact that I fed into Blank saying can't wait to have Imperium brag about it. But on a little bit...
Oh, no.
Oh, what have we done?
Let's freaking go.
I said this before the game. I was literally going to choose the same team as he was.
You didn't.
Because otherwise it wouldn't be fun.
So maybe just get good.
Just get good.
Anyway,
You know, when you get the same points, then we'll talk about it.
On a genuine note, there was definitely a lot of luck involved because there was a point in the game where it genuinely could have been either Team Queso, Alpha 7 or INCO, but then when that next circle centered up on top of where Furious Gaming were, you had Jaguar, Team Queso and Alpha 7 all going on that northern edge.
Yeah, you know what though? At a certain point, is it luck? Because INCO Gaming are on top and get a chicken dinner to start things off. But at the end of the day, Influence CHEMIN actually ended up with more points.
I tell you, the hunt is on. Alpha 7 are just like a sheep in the farmyard, and like INCO and Influence CHEMIN are the foxes just hunting them down.
Ooh, let me ask you this though. You did a lot of the math there when it comes to that road to PMGC graphic, right? Influence CHEMIN getting this many points in match number 1?
It's very much about them pretty much booking their spot into the PMGC along with INCO, and now there's basically one. We'll go into it further, but I would argue there's one spot between like 4 teams.
Yeah, and they're going to be competing ferociously towards the end of today. Yeah. But one thing that me and you did talk about before coming back after this game was the drop spot when it came to Team Queso and the implications of that, right? First of all, them usually dropping towards Ferry Pier, but this time around they decided to go all the way towards the north. They were in Severny, and that's what I was thinking. Like, they were in a good position in Zone 3, Zone 4, but them going to Severny also impacted Alpha 7 and their performance.
Exactly. We saw that domino effect where Alpha 7 decided to go on the eastern bridge rather than the western bridge because they thought, oh, okay, well, Team Queso have bridge camped us in the past. It's not at their best interest to bridge campus, but they might do it.
I mean, just to sum that up for people that didn't really catch it, you know, Team Queso switching their drop location to Severny, that just goes to show that they knew that they had a big target on their back and say, you know what, we can't land in the same spot that everybody else has or that knows that we were at, you know, gotta mix it up, and that's exactly what they did.
And it's a shame because Team Queso showed yesterday that they weren't afraid to get down and dirty, that they weren't afraid to get into a bit of a fight. And if there's any kind of circle shifts in the first 3 to 4 circles that we should have seen Team Queso get aggressive, should have been that game.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the difference, though, between INCO Gaming and Influence CHEMIN here. I mean, this is a stark difference.
Oh yeah, massive difference when we're looking at specifically the elimination points that Influence CHEMIN was able to accrue throughout this game, and this gives them a massive boost going into the first game of the day. And knowing already that Alpha 7 has qualified, that also gives them an even bigger cushion between them and anyone else who's competing with them. So that still kind of nails the last point that you were talking about, which was 2 spots are already secured. So we just have 1 spot that the teams are going to be fighting for.
Influence CHEMIN, like, again, going back to when I commentated them on various third-party tournaments, and I did like 3 seasons in a row, and one thing that always stood out for me, their consistency. And like that's why I referred to them as Steam Train yesterday, because they just keep on chugging along.
Let's take a look here at the map weather so we can see exactly where that zone went, and it danced around quite a bit here. Obviously going towards that Rosshawk area, switching towards Ruins, and this is a horrible circle because when you have half water, you have to decide, am I gonna go north or south? And those that bet north really got the big advantage there.
We had 3 shifts in a row go west-northwest, and then a mass one going over to the east.
So you'd think, hey, it's going to be another west-northwest shift, right?
Yep.
No. Just completely baffled everyone. And the second we saw that shift, we knew the side of Team Queso. You had Jaguars, you had Alpha 7. All these teams decided to go for the northern rotation. And you can see here, the second they all moved, everyone was just taken out. And then the last shift that you're going to see within a few seconds, INCO were just, they were celebrating at that point. No one was coming towards that southeastern side. No one was contesting them. And they just had had complete free reign, and everyone else was just fighting each other.
Without knowing every inch of the terrain on Erangel, I'm a little bit surprised that Knights weren't a bit more purposeful with how they were moving on the south edge. It's kind of like they were hanging around Extreme Slayers and INCO, but they didn't seem to go in one direction to take control of that south edge, and that really helped INCO.
Absolutely. You know, it's a tough decision here for, I think, for the Knights, because obviously they want to get more points, they want to get that bigger prize pool, but I think they also want to prioritize Coops getting that MVP, so that can kind of mix things up here. We got another question as well. How many eliminations did Coops get in the PMPL NA Fall 2022? If you just look at that minimum amount, that's a lot. That's a whole lot.
Imperium, do you know the answer?
I do, but I'll tell you tomorrow.
There you go.
Good job right there. Hey, you know what? Bring the camera to me real quick. Bring the camera to me. I'm going to do an impression right now of all of Influence CHEMIN, their coaches, fans right now after that first game. Look, ready? Oh, thank goodness. You know, because, man, that is how they got to feel after that one. Starting off like that, that is the best case scenario.
Yeah, especially with the other teams that we mentioned before. Execute didn't really perform, Extreme Slayers, and of course even Team QUESO didn't really perform that well. So again, that just increases the cushion and gives them such a relief going into the second game.
Quick spoiler alert, they have jumped ahead of Alpha 7 in the overall standings.
Yeah, by the way, that was the same impression that Imperium did after he won that one as well. So I'm going to ask you guys, after that match, casters, who do you think is going to win this prediction game at the end of it? I want to know right now.
He's just on a roll. He's just on a roll at the moment, is Imperium. And I think that, honestly, this is the guy to take it all home at the end of the day. So it's already up 2. Time to take a 3rd home. Time to take a 4th home. You know, that beard is staying strong. It's staying on his face. It's never leaving. This is what it's all about. But coming into Miramar now, I think this is going to be a telling game, Martin, honestly. Because you look at this, and this is what we're going to be ending on today. This is our last match of the day as well. So if someone could perform well here, feel the momentum, feel good about it, maybe this is what changes between that 4th place and getting the PMGC placement, or not getting it at all.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I just want to chime in a little bit. I definitely don't think Imperium will win. I think maybe, you know, I think Jukes actually could take it home here if he starts really raking in the points at this point here. I definitely think he's been on a roll. We saw him in the beginning. He was doing huge, mad predictions, but now I've been following up a little bit. Maybe day 4, you know, Sunday Power is the one for him.
You hit my go for definite. I can't believe it. It's definitely not winning. Well, I'm sorry, Imperium. Now it's time to prove a venture wrong, I guess. But yeah, INCO Gaming, nice buffer at the top there. 230 points to Influence CHEMIN's 205. Still definitely possible. And with the elimination count coming through from Influence CHEMIN, sorry, I think that is where you might see those changes happen. Because if they can get a big chicken dinner and a big elimination game, that is what would be scary for me as INCO Gaming. This is a very consistent team. I mean, we were talking about before, we were having a laugh about it, that you were saying that Execute currently have less points that INCO Gaming have of these total placement points, which is wild.
Look at that, just for fun, hot dropping Team QUESO's usual drop spot here in Monte. That's kind of wild, considering we usually see them, you know, south of Los Leones sometimes, and yeah, interesting one. They're going to be spreading out a little bit. See Reyes on the western side, and Ayala and Scream, so they're actually going down towards La Taria, and Ayala towards the Picado Trash stuff. So that's an interesting one.
That is an interesting one. I mean, the team you'd want to target the most here, the team that you would cause the most trouble for, would be Team QUESO, right? This is where you could potentially make a massive mess in terms of the standings, allow someone else to possibly even jump up here. I mean, it's still a long way to go for some of those teams underneath them. But again, if you're looking at some of the chicken dinners we were seeing over in EU West and some of the chicken dinners we've even seen here in PMPL AM, like, in this championship, there's been huge chicken dinners. So 30 point is not off the cards for some of these guys. And we said for these teams below them, like take ATON Esports, for example, Team QUESO would have to basically get no points on the day for them to start catching up and putting up those point totals. Team QUESO after the last game, 1 point accrued. It's not looking good.
Oh, but on the other hand, we didn't see you know, a huge jump for ATON Esports, for example.
They got 3 points. It's massive. It's huge.
Yeah,
all right, that's big. It's 2 points over them already.
I'll leave it at that. You know, I'll go make a coffee and you continue on with how much of a difference that is. No, on the other hand, obviously, it means they have to do a little bit more. If it's not going to make the difference here, they're going to have to win a game while Team QUESO doesn't. But you know, definitely here with just for fun, you know, throwing a little bit of a curveball for them. They are the last team right now. They're the team hot dropping, kind of holding back Team QUESO's potential right now. That's kind of unfortunate for Team QUESO, but still an interesting one for me to see that.
Yeah.
You know, from just for fun, they're just like, all right, Team QUESO is gonna be afraid. Let's just take their their loot spots. This is pretty good. Monte and Farapier is pretty good loot spots. Let's just take it away from them because they're just going to go away. They want to secure that PMGC spot. So that's kind of clever, and I like that, that way of thought there.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally playing for the namesake, right? It is just for fun for the moment. But of course, you are right. It's like for ATON Esports, they don't get a huge point margin there in that last game. And I think that, yeah, Team QUESO could not put any points up today, but it doesn't really help for you if you're also doing the exact same thing. So you get that game. There was a chance there for ATON Esports on that western side. They get a little bit caught up, again, going against Influence CHEMIN, probably one of the most aggressive and savage teams within this lobby. Not the best place to be. There was still a chance, and I think if it's a case of you just kind of send this into survival mode, right? You go full Bear Grylls with us, and you just try and go for those placement points, try and go for those late game endings, snake your way in. That might be the idea here, and if just for fun it can going to continue causing problems for Team QUESO throughout the rest of the day, for ATON Esports, it's not a bad idea whatsoever.
Nope, not at all, and I kind of like that. The rotation's coming in here for Alpha 7, though, on the other hand. Southern Circle, it's been a little bit of a kind of a set of curveball circles we've had on Miramar so far, and I actually love my Southern Circles here, so I really hope that we're going to end that on that southern road south of the Los Leones to Montenuevo road, the big long one. That is really kind of a spanner in the works when you have the hard shift to just end up going straight up north and into that open area with not a lot of natural cover for that. INCO here currently 230 points, 25 points ahead of Influence CHEMIN, 29 ahead of Alpha 7, and a lot ahead of Team QUESO. I don't want to do quick math. I think it's 67 points. They're going to be ahead of Team QUESO at this point here. So I actually can already deem now that I think that INCO is almost guaranteed to go to PMGC at this point.
Yeah, I would be absolutely hesitant to disagree with you there. I think with the amount of points they've been able to put up, I think you used the word deserved earlier, and it really is for them. I think they've looked fantastic throughout this tournament. And I'm a particular fan of these teams that just go for a lot of placement points, are able to consistently get towards those end games. That's what's going to really give you and help you with that success when it comes to PMGC, because it speaks to me of a team that is quite good in macro. And I mean, you look at the AM championships, right? And the way I see it is that there's a lot of aggressive teams. And I don't know if you've noticed it as well, Martin. I'm sure you have, but there's so much fighting all the time in this region. And I think INCO is one of the few teams that it's like, right, whilst all this is going on, and I can literally just hear an orchestra in the distance, let's go find the free spot in the circle. Let's set ourselves up there and play from that position.
Yeah, play the orchestra from that position.
Yeah, exactly.
Knights here as well. Gonna be playing towards a really good high ground spot for information here. And Tenta and Spec holding down the compound with a greedy 2-2 split. I like what I'm seeing, and I like what I've been seeing from Knights. They've just missed out a little bit on their overall. They've had a few games where they had a huge potential, but they weren't able to close it out. And that's why they're sitting in our top end of the mid pack currently, still with some good games. They could jump a huge amount of prize pool, you know. 7th place, $7,500, 6th is $9,000, then up to 4th is 11. So there's still a huge amount of chunk of change that you can really gather here if you're able to jump the leaderboard just a little bit.
I mean, 100%. I mean, we're so close to Picardo in this situation. It is, you know, the casino that would be jackpot for Pittsburgh Knights if they're able to jump up a few places. And, you know, looking at some of the games, even on Miramar, I think it was yesterday, they had that unreal clutch versus VIVO Keyed off the back of another fight. And it did just come to a case where it was too much to bear for them at some point. And I think for any team, you know, getting crashed on by 3 teams consecutively is kind of too much to bear. And I think for Knights, yeah, there is a lot more that I think this team can do, and they've been slightly unlucky. But like we started to say at the start of the day, they've already proven themselves over in their league points getting into PMGC that way. And I think they could have done better. Unfortunately for them at the moment, maybe not quite hitting those highest of highs that they were looking for in a few of these matches. That's just how PUBG Mobile goes at times. It's a little bit wacky and all over the place, but being at the top of the mid-pack is still a good place to be. Circle, obviously down towards that south side, as you said, Avenger. Towards those Chumacera foothills, a little bit awkward to navigate. You can see a lot of these teams like congregating towards Chumacera itself, reluctant to head down towards that south side, towards a lot of the hilltops. But you will see that move, that great migration happen if we see another southern shift.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really hoping for another southern one. That would be great here. Carrillo finds Ayala. And now Papi Porter finds Carrillo. It's a big fight between some of the top teams, and Team QUESO really did not want to go into this one here. They're hesitant to go in some of those earlier fights. And now Alpha 7, they're looking to close this one out here. Papi Porter is going to be bleeding out with that one. And Ayala and Reyes, it looks like Reyes is going to take the car and dip out of there to try to survive. Circle is going to be popping shortly here. And we're going to be seeing where we're going. It is on the southern side. I actually like this area.
Oh.
And we're going to be hopefully ending up even further south than this. Not down towards the water, just, you know, where all the ridges and the high grounds are. I really love those areas now. Screamsu and Reyes, they are going to be dipping out of that with 3 members. And that's the clever play. I like that. That's the smart salvage player. There's no need to go against Alpha 7, considering they are chasing first place right now, so they're going to be aggressive for points. And also, they are going to be going to PMGC no matter what happens in that fight, so they can be a little bit more careless and reckless with their playstyle.
Yeah, and Team QUESO on this hand really can't, but Scream's actually falling to Alpha 7 as they make that exit. Might just be able to get that player back up again if they go back for him. But again, you know that Alpha 7 are going to be hot on the heels. In the meantime, INCO is really struggling to find an ingress towards this side of the map on that northwest. They've come up against VIVO Keyed. They've come up against the guys from Knights as well. In the meantime, they've moved further down towards that south. And you mentioned this, Avenger, and it's really important. So there's a lot of these hilltops down towards that south side. And getting ahead of the pack there is going to be really important for you. V22K, those spots out Diego. The shots coming from behind. Cielo, full flank on this side. INCO now down to just 2 players. Adrian quite low. Diego obviously down inside the back of the container here. Still bleeding out, so potential to get him back up, but now Just for Fun's dropping in. And VIVO Keyed have got a lot on their hands at the moment to try and hold on to this one. There's even Nova off in the distance.
Just for Fun trying to really add another layer of fun here for VIVO Keyed while they're playing with some utility as well. Trick driving for a little bit of a sound cue, and this means that VIVO Keyed know exactly how to disengage from the angle here. McGrillen with some good information shots, and he can really try to fend off some of the players on the other end, but this is not the fun sandwich that they're in currently. 3 teams trying to bang them out at this point here.
And this is no sourdough and salted beef sandwich, that's to say the least. VIVO Keyed is struggling at the moment. Adrian spots one player from Just for Fun, tries to do a little bit of damage from behind the box, but it looks like he's going to get packaged away. There is a quick refrag though on their side. Diego finally steps up. Oh. It's a very typical position, just about hangs on. You wonder if they've got another nade or a Molotov to send in towards that spot. Adrian tries to get flushed out, but Cielo's there, the hero of the play, saves his teammate in the meantime. Diego able to get back up to full HP, fighting off against the final player Just for Fun here. Innate trying to make it happen, and VIVO Keyed once again right on the edge of the cliff. They've got their fingers fully white at the knuckles, but they do finally hang on.
Now Nova, they should have been third-partying this ages ago. They decided to get into cars and disengage from this one here. VIVO Keyed survived with 3. Now they can kind of continue a little bit here on their fare towards the later stages of the game. not this kind of Nova that we usually see. They usually are more aggressive, more hands-on with the third party, and that's just unfortunate. Team QUESO and Ayala is on the other side here of Chumracera, and now the circle is going to be closing. Infinity coming in late with Felipe coming in on the northwestern side. Next year it's going to pop slightly donut on the west side of it though, but still, vast majority of the team's already sitting inside the circle here, Blank, so they're going to be happy with this one.
Yeah, a lot of these teams tried to get ahead of the queue nice and early on. You saw it execute heading down this way. You've got Influence CHEMIN also wrapping around that backside. Rise in there, and I think the most important teams that we're looking at the moment is ATON, right? They're all the way on the east. They've just come out of Los Leones now. They were a little bit afraid, in my opinion, to head down towards that south side and pick up one of these more prominent compounds, prominent positions within the circle, and that might come back to bite them. On the other hand, Team QUESO is pretty dire straits. They're down horrendous at the moment, eventually. I'm not going to lie, over in Chumracera. It's going to be real difficult for them to actually get out from that position. In the meantime, ATON might be able to start laddering up from that.
Yeah, Influence CHEMIN in a potential fight. Kiosk going down to Rise. That is Ninho finding him. And is this fight going to continue here with Execute? Oh, yeah, it is going to be happening here. Sixth is playing together with the boys, and now another disengage is going to be happening from this area. They can take this lower ground compound easily and play that for quite a while. They're hoping to get the high ground compound. Execute, they hold on though.
Yeah, Influence CHEMIN just wrapping back out, and I mean, it was a little bit of a dangerous play for them. Little to no scouting was able to be done from that spot, so Execute was be able to get the drop on them. They've got that high ground position down towards that southwest side as well, but for Influence CHEMIN, it is a little bit difficult because right on their heels is Alpha 7, so they know they need to play this a little bit more safe. They're probably one of the teams that I wouldn't expect to be playing safe, but at this point in the tournament, I think it's the smart move to just try and fully disengage from that. They do have quite the big chance if this circle heads down towards that south side just to live out on this. Team QUESO though actually taking shots. Once again, Vivo Key can't quite catch a break as of yet. Thinking for themselves, for God's sake, just stop coming this way. Like, it's not worth it for you whatsoever. So many players on that side are falling for the Infinity. Vivo Keyed add into the mix there, but it's Team QUESO to actually be able to get a lot of that damage done. Finally, Vivo Keyed are enveloped by the blue. They would have loved to have left a lot earlier. Unfortunately, just so many teams over on their side that they had to greet and meet before they were able to make their exit.
Yeah, super unfortunate here. And also, in a case where the circle is closing soon here, you want to prioritize circle at this point here. We're getting later stage of the game. If you want to focus on the win and where the vast majority of the points are, this is really where you need to take your exit and focusing on that here. Chumracera sides. Circle has closed now on Nova. And they're going to be waiting in this compound here. Wait to see the next circle and continue to drive on Reyes. More shots in the general direction of Vivo Keyed. Vivo Keyed. Next circle does pop a little bit south, but still kind of a donut. Not so many hardships this time around here, Blank, and I'm actually kind of happy to see that. Really good ending around this area where Rise is sitting. Influence CHEMIN. Execute has to come off the high ground eventually. And our Extreme Slayers and INCO, they're moving in further towards this circle here, and some of the terrain inside is quite playable, even without a compound to play.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's been a long time since we've seen these type of circles where they're just dropping on top of whatever. I mean, I was here expecting hard shift after hard shift, but this has been fairly kind, and teams that have found these positions nice and earlier feeling good about themselves. Influence CHEMIN still in a rough spot down towards the center. A lot of these teams looking to immediately take up these spots towards that ridge side in the middle. INCO wasn't able to quite get there quick enough, with Extreme Slayers actually able to get ahead of them slightly sooner, but setting up that party bus between them and inside the shack gives them some kind of makeshift cover in the meantime, which will do the trick. It's not ideal, but you set up your shack how you can.
Oh, shots coming in. Jaguar loops. Kadosin gone down in this case. Saber continues. Can he get one more DPS in hand here? Fantastic shots.
Damn.
That is some good execution there on the side of Jaguar. Now we're down to just Chief. Vivo Keyed out, 14th. 7 invasions though. Chief trying to hold on to this longhouse building, but Jaguar's just flushing in, and shots coming in from the side. Yo, insane shots here and execution from the DPS. It is just such a good weapon up close range.
I mean, you get to the longhouse here and you're the solo player left alive versus 4 coming at you. There's so many angles from this side where you could nade through the top, force them off the stairs, and then they come down, they spot you through the window. It's practically all over. Duke's going to go for an execute. There's a rise on that side as well. I think that was for Imperium. Didn't quite catch the last prediction there.
Jaguar continues to hold on to this northwestern, or northeastern actually, compound. Try to get some more points out of it. Kindness has been spotted by Coops. Continues to rag in more points for his MVP status. Koi tries to defend with some utility in this case. Knights, they're going to try to make sure they get this one off here. Coops is going to bleed out to that one, I'm quite sure.
Jifan able to finish that player off. He's pretty low himself, and I think the blue is just not quite enough to take him down, but a 4th zone, it's going to start to hurt a little bit. Tensor drops low. He's right on the edge. Knights have had a tough time of it. They've been fighting with a lot of teams and not a lot of eliminations to show for it either. Kindness hits him with the nice headshots. Will open up his 3rd eye there.
This is fantastic for Alpha 7 holding on to this western compound. They can play uphill and kind of play no matter where they want to go in the next circle. If it goes hard shift east, they're going to have to traverse a bit of terrain, but they have a lot of hard cover to work with. Nova has found 4 eliminations. There's still 3 alive, but they're taking a lot of fire off this high ground here. Have to go out with some soft cover. QUESO Reyes here still trying to survive for as long as possible. He's in the center of this next circle that popped, and it's a donut again. Extreme Slayer is looking really good.
Extreme Slayer's like, this is a good compound, it's in the center. The circle's like, yes, it is in the center, and you are right for picking it. Here you go, have a circle. So it works out well for them. They have high ground to play around with. ATON Esports might just be able to wrap around that north side, but they will have to battle out versus Jaguar to make it happen. For Reyes, he knows more than anyone that he has to survive out. It is a struggle. Jifan just sends it down the hill, knocks himself on the head. Alpha 7, like a little bit of a battering there from Execute down on that south side. Again, they do have high ground against them. Jifan actually goes down. Reyes has got no meds to speak of, looking for a few more eliminations on his side. Go on then.
He got it. Okay, now Koi.
No way, is he just going to stand there?
Oh no, Dreamsiski is going to be able to get Koi down as well. It's all falling apart for Nova at this point here. We're looking at a potential play here from the northern side, holding out Jaguar, but now Kindness left being the last member alive. Seba trying to make a play on the northern side. Alpha 7 trying to move closer here. Shots coming out towards Koi. It's going to be flushed and stolen by Carrillo. Reyes kind of hoping to see Alpha 7 not go straight into where he's playing at the moment, to see if he can get a little bit more placement points. Reyes slowly healing up with the stims that's stacked up here. Alpha 7 going straight towards him. Reyes trying to defend, finds one. Can he find another one? He finds 2. Continues to find another one. Mafioso knocked himself, and now it's just 1 member left from Alpha 7. Team QUESO now trying to flush as many of these ones as possible. And this is just shots coming in from multiple sides here. Fate's able to steal one of them. And now the loot has just been delivered to Reyes. Fantastic for him here.
Revo's going to step up, try and get a little bit closer, but he's right out in the open. Reyes could step up at a moment's notice. It's dangerous for Reyes as well, though. If he steps up, might be spotted by another team, maybe even by Kindness.
Shots from Jaguar.
Oh my goodness me. Revo stands up. Reyes might be able to steal this one away. Even if he does, it's actually a success for him. Would love to get a little bit more. Walks away. Yeah, Molotov would be good. That could be on point as well, Avenger. And it is!
It is!
That is amazing there for Team K. So this could have been a complete loss of a game, but putting up that amount of eliminations to a 5 and then drops the smokes, yeah? He's got so much on board. Now looks to take on Execute as well, but it's unlikely he'll be able to do this. Almost gets the knock, but it's not to be. But Team QUESO might just have rescued themselves from what would have been a horrible game, and putting up 0 points over practically 2 games would have been terrible. ATON Esports, though, they do find themselves into the circle, just on the barest edge, but can keep going. This is where they need to get quite a few points. They need to play this game all the way out. Rise currently holding fairly decent compound up towards the top of the high ground there. Shots over towards ATON, though, is bad news.
Yeah, this is a huge challenge game for Team QUESO. So they managed to get 6 points already. As did now INCO's out in 8th place, 1 elimination. Extreme Slayer is looking to have some aggression here onto Jaguar though. That's an explosion and a half. And now Skiller is ripe for the taking here. Rise in the high ground, this compound is looking really good.
Yeah.
Scenario for them here, Blank. Oh, not high ground, low ground, of course.
They have those ditches around them, so if anyone gets a little bit too close, they can start shooting down towards them.
Yeah, exactly.
It becomes a little bit rough. But yeah, they do have to get closer first before it to be really considered that high ground in the circle. I think the high ground is probably Extreme Slayers. But you are right, it is technically high ground for a lot of these teams. ATON though, look,
they have to breach it.
yeah, exactly. I have the high ground now, Anakin. But ATON Esports, they are suffering, absolutely. This has been deadly. Influence CHEMIN taking shots from a side, and it feels like a desperation, a salvage play coming through from them, sending through in the party bus a little bit more of a resilient vehicle, but ATON would like to have more members. They send down below, but already Fran is just desperately spraying out towards these teams, keeping them at bay as for as long as possible, but takes themselves out the sightlines of Rise for the time being.
Now Influence CHEMIN, they're going to be trying to play under the compound here potentially of Rise, or Finja is out playing the defensive maneuvers, shooting at Influence CHEMIN as you see on the right hand side. Jaguar also trying to survive just a little bit. They got all their members left. Now they're going to be returning the favor onto Extreme Slayers that are being picked apart slowly. Robert with some more defensive smokes. Jason finds Hayuya, and Saninja finds more Jaguar members.
Needs to finish off the last though, just Seba there, but these eliminations are being stolen away. Good nade will finally take another. It's Influence CHEMIN doing damage over to, in fact, Rise, who are over towards that compounded area, which might open things up just a little bit, but there's really not enough teams there to challenge them. ATON Esports finally get 1 elimination on the board, score that first tally, but is it really enough at this point in time?
I don't think so here. Nova out in 5th place with 6 eliminations. Decent game for them, but still might be a little too late. Jaguar now up to 3 members. They lost 1. ATON down to 2. Rise is 3. And Influence CHEMIN got knocked out by Rise. This is very much looking like a Rise game. They just have to get out of this compound, take the crate, and clear all the northern side teams that are currently fighting each other.
No, worst timing to be applying the bandage there as Skella moves over the top. Now just 2 left for Extreme Slayers. Beautiful nade though, comes over the top from Pappy. Fran down below. I mean, for ATON, a 2nd place would be absolutely brilliant for them, and currently it's fine. These two teams are in just a cage match for their own, bruised and bloodied, as each other just takes shots and punches at one another on this top side. ATON just trying to keep Rise at bay, regardless how this goes. Realistically, all they need to focus on is making sure both these two teams go down as they try and pass back off the top of this high ground.
Oh, Papi on fire. And Rise with 3 members looking to collect as much utility from these members of Influence CHEMIN that has just left it Nesquik down to just nothing. Now Jaguar trying to push it in these smokes here. Shots are coming in. Papi could be going down, and Nesquik with the DBS might be the wrong weapon of choice on that distance. Now DBS coming out handy. Now he's close enough. Shots are coming in. He's going to be taken down though. That is Nesquik out. And now we're down to a Jaguar 3, Rise with 2 and 1 knocked, and ATON on 2 trying to sneaky snake it in on that eastern side.
There's practically no way they get Nino back up off his feet. I mean, they're throwing smokes over towards him to maybe help him crawl all the way across, but it's quite unlikely. Difficulty for Jaguar, as soon as they step off this high ground, it's just onto barren footing. So Rise has all the time in the world to take shots like these, but another one comes back, and now there's a potential for ATON to maybe take a chicken dinner here. Fortunately, 1 goes down, it's Nitsu. Fran's going to try and pick up as many eliminations as he can, but they still have this cover to play around with. And Rise is trying to get back up on their feet. Seba can't quite see them through the foliage.
Seba's been found. Jaguar out in 3rd place. And now it could be a 2 versus 2 if ATON gets all their rests off, but they are going to be indeed. Now they have to heal up quickly here. Fran and Nitsu looks to be defending a little bit. Not a lot of cover for them. They might have to go down and play the trees later on, but I would like to see some smokes being deployed here. Next circle does go a little towards them, so Rise is going to have to be the aggressors in this case here. But they do have an MG3 in hand of Rafinha and all the utility that were able to get from Influence CHEMIN.
That's good. Nice on target. Yeah, that is disgusting stuff. I mean, the first nade went through, Avenger. I'm sorry to cut you off, but the second over the top as well was just on the money. It's a chicken dinner there for Rise, but you said it earlier, that was an unreal and sick compound to play from. It wasn't really that likely for most of the other teams to find too much from that position. I think it was basically a salvage play for a lot of these other teams. ATON, you're all right. Maybe some smokes, maybe a little bit more aggression there could have made something happen. Regardless, they do get some points, 12 as well as 4, so that'll be 16 on the game. Not quite enough to bring them in league with the guys from Team QUESO, but they are now close.
They're putting on top, right? And right now, Team QUESO have been a little bit in shambles. Only 6 points from this game so far, but they had a long fight ahead of this here. They had to push through here, but with this one, it means that Imperium might be having tied up the guys on the desk game. I'm curious to hear what they're going to be saying after this short break here, so stay tuned.
I believed.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
How dare you, Blank? How dare you, bro? What have you done? What is happening here?
Bring back
What is
7.
happening?
Bring back 7. I don't want Black here anymore because now he's helping Imperium and that's cheating.
Zoom in, please. Please zoom in.
What is that?
Oh
Zoom
my
in.
goodness.
When nobody else believed, Blank did.
Wow.
That one's for you, my friend.
Wow.
The analyst to the left of me, the host to the right, they didn't trust the process. Day 2, I said, playing the long game, false sense of security. Day 4, back to back, baby. Back to back. NA teams should just rename themselves to Imperium.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. Looking real nice.
Jukes. We gotta step it up a little.
We gotta make something happen here. But you know what? Let's get back to the game here, okay? You know what? Rise Esports pulling out the dub, and we saw some insane plays in this Miramar match.
Can we all agree that was like genuinely the most exciting ending we've seen?
100%.
1v1v1, and then the revives came through to 2v2.
And then the
It was
nades.
crazy.
Yeah, the first nade landing, that just basically confirmed where those last 2 players are gonna be. Rise just hitting the nail right on the head once again, and now 26 points to their name in this game, and that's gonna help them out a lot. But so many crazy things happened that game, and there's one thing that I'm very, very excited to look at.
Well, the thing I liked saw right there was, Extreme Slayers got some points on the board. We also saw Influence CHEMIN got some good points on the board. I mean, this is absolutely insane. This is going to be a close race.
Extreme Slayers game 1, 16 points. Extreme Slayers game 2, 11 points. That is 27 points in 2 games, guys. It's arguably the best start of the tournament that they've had, and on the day that they needed. They overtook Execute, and they kind of put themselves in the race.
Well, absolutely they did. Let's take a look here at the top damage dealers here for that last match. Rise, 11 eliminations. Team QUESO, 5 eliminations. 4 of them onto Alpha 7.
Let's not talk about that. Because for some reason, the teams that I seem to predict just seem to be getting absolutely demolished. And it's always by a single player. And we've seen that happen so many times. Before it was Sixless, but honestly, credit where it's due. He was pressured so much, even by Nova, kept in the blue for such a long time. He uses heals perfectly and then somehow drives into the middle of the 4th or 5th zone, keeps himself safe, takes down a member or 2 of Nova, and then sets his sights on the Alpha 7 squad and completely wipes them 1v4.
For 3. Bang! And then one more time.
2.
3. Bam.
And on a side note, it wasn't just the end of that game. Even at the start, VIVO keyed pushing on to just for fun, taking it out, but then fending off other players in the blue. It was genuinely the best game we've had in PMPL Americas.
I gotta agree, you know, and let's take a look here between Extreme Slayers and Team QUESO, because Extreme Slayers is tracking this squad down, and with just for fun, seeming to kind of be hunting QUESO down, the door might kind of be open for Extreme Slayers.
By the way, I know it doesn't look the best for Extreme Slayers in that, but let's be fair. One, Reyes clutched up big time.
That was godlike.
1v4 against Alpha 7, god tier. But again, now Extreme Slayers are only 21 points behind Team QUESO.
Yeah, and when we were watching them, they were about 30 points behind before going into this game. So slowly but surely, they're catching up, they're getting there, and that's just making this so much more exciting because we still don't know how. And this is the legendary moment.
Yeah, this is absolute insanity. Look at Reyes putting some work into one of the top teams on this side of the planet. Oh, gets the 3, please. I believe Execute may have stolen one, but what was that?
Yeah, but the third player that got knocked, I'm not sure he actually took the damage. I think, like, apparently he ran into the tractor and then got it at the same time, and he was taken out. So it wasn't the knock from Reyes, but I don't care. That was still amazing.
Hey, it was the pressure. That's what it was.
The intuition for him, by the way, after getting one knock from the passenger in the vehicle, he knew the driver was going to get out. He instantly went to the right-hand side, boom, got the second knock. And then even though the third Alpha player got knocked, he was also on the swivel for the vehicle there.
Well, let's take a look here at the overall rankings after that match. Match number 2, INCO Gaming still way in the lead. I don't think they're going anywhere from there at this point. But look at this. Influence CHEMIN, 213 points. Team QUESO, 169.
Nice.
Yeah, VIVO Key, Team QUESO, but now it's still Extreme Slayers. You said they were 21 points away, but a team that's even closer is ATON Esports, and I'm not saying that they didn't get any points. They still managed to show their presence towards the end of the game, a couple of placement points, so very massive performance for them in a much-needed time.
And remember, Influence CHEMIN, that predicted bubble is kind of 217 points. Now it'll probably be a little bit less because Team QUESO are kind of spluttering in the first 2 games, but at the end of the day, Influence CHEMIN, I think we can confidently say have booked their spot into the PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, remember everybody, Alpha 7, VIVO Key, they already have that ticket booked to PMGC, so there's a couple extra slots available. And you know what? Wait, actually, I think I just heard from the producer we may have a little bit of a meme moment right here. Let's see what it looks like, huh? Let's take a gander. Okay.
Okay. Oh my God, that is...
Okay, driving backwards?
Oh, the reverse!
You freaking kidding?
Oh my gosh! See, that's how Reyes
is that 007?
By the way, when we got told funny moment, I thought it was going to be Samsung's reaction to my point.
That is literally what I was thinking.
No,
I was like, please God, do not. Don't show. That was, oh God.
I've never seen that happen like that, dude. Just literally put it in reverse and get it done. Okay, guys, in the chat, I know you guys got to be hyped after that. Let's go ahead and make sure that you answer this question in the chat as well. Which team had the most vehicle kills in PMPL NA Fall 2022? Gee, oh my gosh, that was absolute insanity.
I missed that somehow, but my God, was that worth it? That just makes him look even more badass.
That's absolutely.
Squad wipe, driving backwards. I didn't realize we were watching an action movie. What's going on?
Oh man, it's like,
sunglasses on.
Hey, I guarantee you, right? He had his girlfriend right there in the next seat over, hand on the tire, just like, all right, let me just go park this right here and take out Alpha 7.
I didn't know Vin Diesel started playing PUBG Mobile.
Absolute insanity. Well, that's match number 2. Let's take it on over to our casters for match 3.
Back over to Erangel once again, and yeah, I mean, me and Avenger are popping off behind the scenes there, honestly, because we didn't realize that that's how he got into that position, which, as Sandstorm put, was literally an action movie moment to get towards there and then wipe Alpha 7 off the back of it. So what a wild time, what a crazy time. But we did get a little sneak peek at the overalls there, Avenger. And yeah, it's getting a little bit close now for ATON.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and I also heard actually the casting for James Bond is still open there, so maybe we can see a potential future Team QUESO. Maybe I'll go in and have some open cast there. And super cool moment there to see. But yeah, the standings are extremely close here, and with that game from ATON there, that was So if they won, it would be even closer, of course, but it is still so close here. Now with just 4 games to go, we're looking at a difference of just 13 points, Blank, from being able to go to PMGC or not.
I mean, that's doable as well. It's super doable. And with Team QUESO almost gifted a really good start to the day over in Severny and not being able to translate on that one, goodness me, I think that is where things get a bit scary for Team QUESO. I mean, to be fair, after watching that moment, I can kind of understand why they changed their logo. It used to be very cheesy, very memey, but now they do things like that.
I like it.
It's okay. Yeah, I take it. I take it. I like the new one. It's very cool. And it matches the personality of the players there. But yeah, heading over towards Erangel now. Playing path, pretty safe here, Avenger.
Yeah, not so many military gamers down there. But you can obviously take a vehicle and jump down. Now, Law and Lil Boy from Infamous Gemini have jumped in to the 2nd and 3rd most eliminations. I think it's close to being tied with Coops, but Ferral now more than 1,000, actually more than 1,200 damage ahead of 2nd place in high damage there, where Khalilio and Toyka are still with the longest elimination there. So that's obviously probably going to stick for some time. Yeah. But yeah, quite easily here now, Team QUESO, they're going to be going back. Look at that. Just for fun, they went from going north of Fair Pier, trying to third-party Team QUESO the first game, where Team QUESO then wasn't, and now they saw, okay, they're going server, and we're going to go third-party them there. Then now, just for fun, realizes, all right, they're not there anymore, because Team QUESO have altered back. And I actually really like this, really a proactive kind of playstyle we see from Team QUESO. This might end up being a huge upside for them with this potential here, and not being hot drop, being able to get the Fair Pier loot. But yeah, kind of scary thoughts there for just for fun, kind of being on the hunt for them.
Yeah, I mean, they play the old switcheroo card, right? The Uno Reverso. And I think that's absolutely fine for them. I mean,
yeah, the Reverso. It's not just the Uno Reverso.
Yeah, it's the 2 QUESO Reverso. I mean, that's absolutely fine. I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, you're right. It's terrifying for them. I mean, they literally now have a target on their back with this annoying team that is hunting them down every single game. And that makes things even harder, because you have to change up your drop spots, change up maybe your rotational paths, which is a much bigger deal than people might make out. However, with this particular scenario, with Fairy Pier being completely open, with Primos being absolutely open as well, might work into the favor of Team QUESO. It would make me laugh a lot if we get a massive northern shift on the circle, in which case it was all for nothing. ATON Esports down towards Milta Power at the moment, but Loops, as well as Jaguar and INCO, who I believe will be making their way down to an over-up Noya at some point, are all in their path. So a little bit of a difficult exit, but definitely not one that they can't do.
Yeah, it's a long time since I've called it Novo and Rapnoia. It's kind of like you see some of these videos where their spouses call them their full name, and they're like, what did you call me?
Yeah.
I'm Babe. I'm Baby.
That's not what you call me.
I'm Novo. I'm Novo. I'm not Novo, Rapnoia. I'm Novo.
I don't know, man. I think one day we had like a discussion about like how is it pronounced, and we found out like from a Russian speaker that was Novo Rapnoia, and I was like, I like it. Yeah, I like it.
It sticks. Yeah,
that's what it's called now. So that's what we go with. Similarly to you guys who also do the PC cast as well as the PUBG Mobile cast, which is great in my opinion. But you call that little spike out down towards the coastal side shark fin, and I was like, I love that. I love that so much. So that's what I call that now as well. You pick up things along the way, and Team QUESO certainly picked up on the fact that just for fun, are hunting them down. So head down towards that ferry pier in the first place. But yeah, pretty simple circle over towards this western side. Furious Gaming have a fairly nice position over towards Gatka on that split. Knights yet to have left Pachinki, but always a strong spot over there.
Yeah, and I really love Knights able to still hold on to it. Seven and I talked about it not being contested at all, being able to hold down Pachinki and Picado, and of course being able to go to PMGC. And they just said to everyone, we're going Pachinki Picado, and everyone else going there, you're going to get hot dropped and you're going to have your games ruined. So
yeah,
we're talking about it maybe 4th day, somebody's going to change something about it, but no, it's not worth it for anyone. And that means Pittsburgh's Knights, they've been able to just hold on to it and play out of there quite nicely. And with this circle here, this is exactly the circles that you want to take advantage of. Having a good start-off spot there. We want to see some of those western compounds and some of those high priority compounds being held down by a Pittsburgh Knights 2-man split, or even more greedy, you know, 1-1-1-2, or full 4-man split. in the first circle is also completely viable. Influence CHEMIN, there, on the other hand, right now chasing first place. They're also looking really good. Looking to have punched maybe some of the tickets, you know, 2 of them. And then might be able to go to PMGC. Really loved what I've been able to see from them so far. Fantastic roster. And throughout the year, they've been able to play fantastically. They had a rough final for the Brazil PMPL, but throughout the weeks, they actually had by far the best performance. 26 points ahead of Storm Gaming. That was super well played by them, of course. 43, I believe it was, ahead of Alpha 7 over the course of the 3 weeks that the PMPL League was played. So very, very impressive for that case. Extreme Slayers here on the screen. Chasing as well. Just 8 points behind ATON. Something we might have to think a little bit more and kind of have in mind. If they continue to have these, you know, good average games and then end up having, you know, second to last or the last game, have a huge game, they could jump right into that PMGC spot there, and that would be a fantastic achievement for them to be able to do.
I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, they're no longer a team that we could really ignore anymore after that last game. I mean, 8 points behind, still a little bit difficult. 169 for Team Queso at the moment is a little bit far off, but not as far as you might think as you address towards the beginning of Erangel here. And I think for ATON Esports, again, it's just about putting up those decent numbers. And Team Queso so far seem like they're a little bit lost at the moment. Like today is just the pressure, they're feeling it, it's weighing them down like an anchor around their feet. So I think for Team Queso, they just need a mental refresh. But where do they find that mental refresh, Erangel, when just for fun are dropping on them? Things are getting really stressful at the moment. And I think if Team Queso can make it all the way through and keep their mind clear, and we see them get that PMGC ticket, it will be an achievement in of itself, because they look like they've been harassed so much today already.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they're getting harassed this much by just for fun. A team that is not going to have any impact whatsoever in the standings, right? They're being chased. And then on the other hand, you have other teams that are aware of things around them. You're going to see in the kill feed, you're going to hear these things when the shots are coming around you. You're going to be super aware of the positioning of them later. So they want to try to not engage too much as well in the early games, because we're going to see even more third parties coming in from the teams chasing, all the teams trying to deny them to go further into things. Right now, tied with VIVO Keat. VIVO Keat obviously wants that 4th place to themselves. It is $11,000 instead of $9,000. It's $2,000 extra dollars. And you can get a lot of cheese for that. So obviously trying to make sure that they don't close them out for this one.
Yeah, there's still opportunities for jumping up in terms of that prize pool, getting a little bit more cash on board. And you're right, Knights might even be looking for a little bit of that one. You look at the prize pool, and it does jump up quite heavily as you start hitting those bigger placements. I mean, 3rd place, 14,000, 2nd place, 18,000. Right now, though, 2nd place is really only challenged by Alpha 7 between them and Influence CHEMIN. I mean, VIVO Keat is just a little bit far behind there with 169. You're looking at some of these other teams, though, at the moment, actually back to the game. They're clumped up towards this center side, you know, making sure that they have the ideal rotations to get towards that north side of the river if they need to. But one interesting thing is you can see Team Queso down towards the south, and I don't mind this so much. And I think it's something we saw in Western Europe from Fireflux Esports, who, you know, they weren't able to take home the grand prize after a ridiculous first day, but what they ended up doing in that final day was just playing for those points, playing for that survival game, trying to get 12 points, 10 points from a 3rd place, maybe not getting a huge amount of eliminations, but just living towards the end. And I think for Team Queso, as things start to get a little bit tricky, and with the track record of ATON Esports, by the way, you know, playing that average might be the better idea. And you know, Team Queso were quite formidable. You were telling me about that PMPL, and I think if they can continue that, they might be able to be comfortable with ATON Esports just being a little bit behind them, securing their PMGC place.
Yeah, next circle now popped. Doesn't matter too much here. Vast majority of the teams already in those spots, in those high priority compounds, is locked down. Circle has been not much of a big impact today. And now Xenox might actually end up losing his life to Furious Gaming at this point here. Unfortunate for him. Stream Slayers, though, right now inside Watertown and being contested by Rise. Winners of last game now being able to rise the leaderboards just a little bit, but it's been just a little too late for them. Need to have an insane day to be able to contest. It's doable, and with a nade like that, it's kind of crushing the dreams at this point for this game.
I think for Extreme Slayers, is a team we were talking about as Pappy lobs another, and Mufasa goes down. Now starts to move up. They realize they've got 2 knocks here. Again, Silence, definitely not very silent with his DBS in his hand. That's a cheeky little angle through the shack, and that might be absolutely decent. Won't quite get the re-knock, though, unfortunately, as these players around the side, there is more shots coming through, and Pappy on a warpath at the moment, going over towards the team from Rise. Mufasa still down on bended knee. Rafina actually pulls out the nade now, looking for a little bit more. In the meantime, Extreme Slayers going for the res. It's a little bit dangerous. Silence does not hit the shot. It looked like it was on target. It looked like it was good, and now only 2 players remain for Rise, and Extreme Slayers surrounding them.
Yeah, this is super rough for Rise. I don't see them coming out of this one at any point or any given time. Rafinha goes out to also get flushed here, and now it's down to just Mufasa sitting inside that shack. And Extreme Slayers continue to rack up points at this point. Ooh, the M249 though jumps in, pushes at the right time. Nesquik did go down though to Mufasa. That is probably just gonna be a quick rest. He carried him quickly now into safety, and nobody third partying at this point here. It is second circle. It's not a high priority spot, so nobody's really pushing for that early on. But definitely it's been heard and seen in the elimination feed.
Over on the side of Knights, somehow they're actually able to get Xenox back up on his feet. And this is one thing I do really like for some Pachinki teams, is that you'll see a lot of them just remain in Pachinki Avenger, and it's something I really don't like seeing in PUBG Mobile. I like to see some teams start to flex out once they know they have control, just for fun though. Nate will find at least 1 from Furious Gaming. Zuko looks to finish that player off. It is just 2 players now left from Just for Fun, who are having a lot of fun in these lobbies at the moment. They're just tearing through any team that they can find. Execute up towards it. South side of west side of ruins, just underneath Everest, holding one of those priority compounds, wondering if it'll head over their way.
Ooh, it's gonna be a ruins-esque ending here. Still has some water in play. Execute looking pretty good here. Furious Gaming gonna take probably the twins, or going even deeper in towards the ruins side of things. Now the question is really, where does Alpha 7 end up going here? Coming in from the northern side, they can actually kind of get a lot of deep territory with this, maybe going high ground even. Execute does have Telly sitting there, and we'll be able to gather a lot of information with that.
That is a case of having to leave quite quickly, though, Avenger, right? It's like you play that position for information, but you don't want to play that position for too long, especially with Alpha 7 starting to move up that way. They have a very good compound, and with a staging that goes up towards Everest, you have one of the highest positions on the map at the moment, excluding Everest, of course. But, you know, there aren't any buildings up on the top of Everest to play from. You don't have that oversight of a lot of teams down towards that eastern side, and it's that scouting that will come in so crucial. They are still playing this 2-1-1 split, but you imagine that they would regroup at some point for Execute. Alpha 7 just moving down towards those bunkers, over towards ruins, and scouting out, making sure they can see as many teams as possible. But Headshot Hills over towards the eastern side, not quite filled with teams as of yet. I mean, if we're not centering up on it, and there's still compounds off towards this western side, don't really want to go there just.
No, don't want to go there just yet. Hunkering on about a little, just trying to get some more information here. Maybe see if there's anyone coming in behind them. Knights actually managed to get down one of the Loops players. Now Sohan sending it a little bit here. And Influence CHEMIN holding on a little bit to this bridge here, the bridge control that they're able to maintain. I wonder if Infinity, they are daring to send it at this point here. Sohan drive scouting at the moment, trying to get as much information as he can possible from this. And it's looking like it's going to be a bridge cross here for Infinity rather than a sent over the Watertown bridge and little island. They have their loops stuck inside the southern side of this circle, inside one of the priority buildings. Here Team QUESO there on the south side. QUESO playing extremely passive at the moment here, and this means they could be giving up on prime real estate towards the center.
maybe not going for those first place chicken dinners, and at this point kind of accepting their fate that, you know, they will be challenging out for second or first place, and that's fair enough. They might not get the most prize pool in the world, that's fair enough as well, but they will be getting at least some of those placement points. Second, third, fourth, maybe a few eliminations on the way, and that's good enough for them. If they can stay ahead of ATON, that's ideal, but right now, ATON seems to be getting a little bit of positive vibes going their way at the moment, you know, playing a little bit better, playing a little bit more cautious. They do have the Knights up towards their northern side who have a couple of compounds to play with, and we get another center circle, Avenger.
Yeah, this is donut, another one for Ruins. A lot of territory in play right now. It looks like Furious Games is going to be leaving the Twins building that Milan's is in right now. All of them were in vehicles at least. Team QUESO waiting patiently. What's the deciding factor here? Where are we going to be going? And when are we going to be doing it? Just for Fun has the yellow houses towards the southern side of the new circle, so they could be going for breach there, but still they don't know that there's only 2 members. And the Twins on the western side of the new circle is also open, so if they just go for Ascent and try to drive scout a little bit, they could be ending up with some good real estate. But they're a little bit passive here. I don't like that they're not doing their usual kind of play style and approach of the game, and it's ending up costing them a lot of playable space right now.
Yeah, 100%, and I think there was that argument that I made for a more of a passive gameplay to go for those high placements, but I would say you're completely right. You can play passive, but you don't have to just sit here like this. You can go forward, you can take those positions within the map. I mean, getting towards the circle is important right now. It looks like Loops isn't going to be moving, and if you can make that Raz past them, you know, they're not likely going to have all the angle in the world over towards you, but it looks like they were setting up some smoke, trying to deny some of those sight lines, but Loops is now moving out, and Team QUESO pulls the trigger just a little bit too early. They do have a player behind that takes shots over towards them, tries to support the rest of his teammates getting into position on the map.
Good shots. Dozen is low. Dozen is 1 HP. Bandaging now, holding up. And gonna be hunkering up above where Furious Gaming and Just for Fun is gonna be at. Now Loops trying to going into this trenches and bunker area that Milos is holding an 8 ready for. Shots are coming in towards them. CHEMIN and Jaguar with a huge fight here. Skeller gone down, Law go down as well. And multiple members lost here for Jaguar, unfortunately. I think the rest is going to be able to come on. Lil Boy, yeah, it's looking very likely. And they can play on that northern side and push even further in here if they want to. We will map 3. Hot Juke says Knights. Imperium says Extreme Slayers. And Samson goes for Alpha 7. Nice nade coming in from Trigger, though. Straight onto Becca and Nenebete. Papi finds Vito as well. And INCO's in shambles at the moment.
Yeah, Furious Gaming actually hit a massive blinder over towards INCO. 2 players down and a Molotov over on the top side. They're just looking to get as much damage in as possible. And now INCO takes a huge amount of casualties here to just 2 players from Furious Gaming. It was a good sin from INCO, but they won't find much more from that. In the meantime, look at that. Team QUESO's getting absolutely torn apart on their approach towards the circle by Nova. A lot of their players just got blown up in the vehicle. Instant knocks, didn't get out soon enough. You will see a few players down. 3 in fact, but the reses are starting to come through.
All right, Loops, what can you do from this spot here? You played this quite well. Circle is closing and a lot of teams are playing on the edge. Team QUESO is out in 14th. Nova managed to get a lot of them down. Extreme Slayers, Hayuya actually managed to get another one of them. Now Adrian is fighting towards Nova and Vivo Keed is taking a lot. Oh, good shots coming in from Little Boy here onto Jason. That is Execute, losing a member. And they're forced to move as well. And the next circle pops north. We're going to be going into the ruined side of things. And Alpha 7 is holding on to crucial territory on the northern side.
Yeah, 100%. They can push down from that position as well. There's a lot of good sight lines. They're holding the high ground up towards the ruined castle. It's a very, very strong spot to play from. Influence CHEMIN, 4 eliminations so far, looking to make that 5 over towards the player from Jason. He does burn up inside the shack, so should be going down there to Lil Boy. Make that 5 for now, the guys from Influence CHEMIN. Very rubbish game, actually, from Team QUESO. I mean, that passivity we talked about earlier, and then just sending it directly after waiting for so long. I mean, from that position, if you play passive for that long, you almost have to play that edge going forward. But instead, there's a sudden, like, surge of adrenaline, and they send it directly towards the center of the circle. Don't even try and scout out twins there. That was a potential position for them to pick up, but they don't even go for it. And look at this, ATON still going. Yes, they played very slow on this side, but they are playing that edge gameplay. Not looking for a lot of these fights, but slowly making their way and meandering in towards the circle.
Oh, it's gone down here. ATON potentially could be going straight into a lot of fire here from Nova.
Yeah.
It's lost to kindness. More shots coming in from Zaninja. That's some good shots coming in for them. That means that they're able to take a little bit of elimination points their way. 2 total for ATON so far. They're down to just 3 members now, and they're not inside this next circle here, and it could be VIVO Keat looking to gatekeep them from the Twins building. Infinity out in 11th. Influence CHEMIN alive on that western side, trying to fight Execute currently. Fate takes shots. Telly has gone down, and Fakes has gone down. That's Execute out in 9th place here playing.
I mean, VIVO Keat, I mean, it's so weird. They took so long for players to even think about taking this compound on that western side with a high ground to play around with. But Alpha 7 with this lineup on the north looking so strong. With INCO Gaming going down with so little points here, 2 points on the game so far. You know, if Alpha 7 can have a big game, they can maybe bring themselves back up to speed. Yes, the points are far away, but still, a large game is on the cards from at the moment. Extreme Slayers towards the center. Alpha 7 should be able to take shots towards Influence CHEMIN as well. This is one hell of a jump with the vehicle. Airtime galore.
Federal takes a lot of fire. Influence CHEMIN, 7 eliminations. Able to stay 3 guys strong currently. Federal has been knocked. Oh, can he get the smokes and the rest off? Alpha 7, a lot of control on this northern side here, able to rain down hell on a lot of the other players. Extreme Slayer sitting center again here with this circle. Really happy with those shifts.
Oh, I mean, that's better than a donut for Extreme Slayers. This kind of puts Alpha 7 out in the cold, though. Zaninja tries to take some desperate shots over towards VIVO Keat, but it is not enough. So ATON Esports won't find much off the back of that game either. 3 points doesn't... It's not enough. They got 3 points at the start of the day. I made a big deal about it, but I'm not going to make a big deal about it now. I mean, Team QUESO got 0. They've been given so many chances here to continue to put up these big placement points, but with 3 there, this is not enough to catch up at this rate.
Oh, exactly. And I gotta say, with the play from Team QUESO as well, like, they tried to make a play on Loops, but didn't follow through on it. They tried to chase him down, play off the information that they had. And right now, Loops, they're sitting in a better spot than they ended up being in. McGrellan sending it in, could be sending it straight into Loops. Does do that. Cadosin returns some fire, has to jump off. Chief goes down, and now Cadosin's the last member. Diego down low himself, though, just for fun. Finds Fate, and now a huge third-party potential is open for that one. More shots coming in from different angle here. Diego finds Chief.
This is ridiculous, Avenger. There is so many teams taking shots at one another at the moment. So many sightlines are open. Alpha 7 tried to make their way down. They got 6 eliminations so far, but were rebuffed slightly, and we'll have to go for the reds here. Not quite into the circle, but certainly have some cover to play from. Adrian gets the nade over towards Nate. We'll look for another, sends it a bit wide though, and there's shots coming back to him towards from Zuko. Not really ideal for VIVO Keat to even try and peek this angle though, with the amount of teams that are looking their way. But Knights, with a great lineup on the eastern side, yeah, Alpha 7 were looking very strong at the beginning of this game, but with this kind of hard shift, it is difficult for them. And with them being such a nuisance towards so many teams, you imagine there's a lot of eyes on them for revenge.
Chosen continues to try to get a knock. He does find Adrian, and now Cielo is left as the last player from VIVO Keat. That's a great nade. Actually explodes him. He gets them though. It's a trade. Cielo gets the knock, but the nades explode. The last member, VIVO Keat, out in 6th, eliminated here. Loops in 7th. 3 eliminations for them though, but some placement points gone their way. And now it's Alpha 7 pushing Extreme Slayers with Knights lurking in the background.
just for fun wondering what just happened. Two teams just disappeared in front of their eyes like a magic trick. But Alpha 7, this is a very important game for them. With INCO Gaming out, Influence CHEMIN is a little bit of a problem for them as they start to move away from them in terms of the rankings on the leaderboard. But that's a great nade. And from where? Tossing it over the top side, getting some great lobs on this one. The volleys are so strong. And now Alpha 7 might even be able to push further in. Influence CHEMIN, though, it's Little Boy with a nade from behind. Finds one of their players. They will have to go for the res here. Knight spots them, but Revo is immediately on the swivel.
So many nades coming in from the top side of things here. Can he find even more? No, Tinsa finds Revo. This is huge for Knights. They actually have perfect lineup on the backside of that Ruins complex that Extreme Slayers is sitting inside of right now. More smokes has to be used here now. Extreme Slayers trying to return it on to Knights, trying to fend them off a little bit. Nesquik taken down extremely low with a nade in hand. He has to go and try to heal off a little bit here. Influence CHEMIN here, Lil Boy and Federal trying to survive, trying to sneak in a little bit further. They could be a third-party factor if they come in from that southern side. Knights still 4 guys strong. So is Extreme Slayers.
I mean, you look at this, right, and it's just a fact of Tensa swinging out just a little bit. I mean, Alpha 7 can't really see much through the cover of that smoke, and they're trying to cross over towards them. Tensa's done a marvelous job over towards Alpha 7 to keep them at bay. Even with all the teams taking shots towards them, the circle will be pushing in. Extreme Slayers. It's either them or Knights that Alpha 7 have to go through, so these nades have to be perfect. Robert does not swing his soon enough. And so now Alpha 7 are in the building. Pappy takes a ton of damage, looks for a little bit more, but there is players down on the ground, and Alpha 7 are not able to quite make it through, but there's still a rebuttal here. Carrillo tries to get some more shots in. Look how low Extreme Slayers are at the moment, but they go down. 6 eliminations. It will be 4th place for them, but Spec immediately on the case. The guys from Extreme Slayers weren't expecting this kind of damage, but they are pushing it back, but there it is. Tensa, who has been so strong on a lot of these angles throughout the entire game towards Alpha 7 and Extreme Slayers, will finally seal the deal. Final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, so well executed here by Knights, the perfect third party. And this is exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to make sure that the fight between Extreme Slayers and Alpha 7 happened so they can close that building out. And they managed to execute that plan perfectly. Now, Little Boy trying to go off a little bit of a heat off here in this situation. But Knights look to be nading in that direction. That could be a good one. Has he seen them? Spec's gonna go down to the zone. Don't connect just yet. 2 more first hits for Lil Boy. Nope, and he's gonna be going out. And that's a Knights win in the books. So well played by them here. Perfectly executed strategy and plan. And their campaign throughout this game here was just fantastic for them.
I mean, you're 100% right, Avenger. I mean, it was perfectly executed, and it was just so cool to see them under so much pressure from so many different teams, yet still feeling pretty calm and collected. And they didn't have an easy run of it out of Pachinki either, did they? I mean, they were pushing out. Some teams took shots towards them. Xenox went down. They were able to bring him back up onto his feet, played up towards Ruin's side. And I think you made an amazing point there, is the case of they kind of locked those 2 teams into those Ruins buildings and forced them to fight, because there really wasn't any other choice for Alpha 7 at the end.
That's really the case when you have 3 big teams. You want to make sure you make this play here where you fight them, force the 2 other teams to fight each other here. But well deserved here for Knights. Another one on the board for them here, and they can push themselves up just a little bit here further into the prize pool here. We're going to go to a short break, and we're going to hear what the desks thought about this game here.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Imperium comeback? Not today. Not today. It's time for the host and NA to rise up once again from the ashes. The Knights get the big dub right there, as predicted by yours truly. What a game indeed. Not to mention, Extreme Slayers get some big points on the board. That is what we like to see, gentlemen. Hey,
Well done. Well done.
thank you. Hey, you know what? Credit where credit's due. NA, or this cast right here, America's cast, undefeated. We've predicted every single winner so far.
Crazy game.
Yeah, we really did.
Oh,
We really
We
did.
really did. All right, let's take a look at the match ranking here. The Knights get the big dub. Like I said earlier, 25 points on the board. Influence CHEMIN.
Yeah.
19 as well.
Very, very spicy. 19 points to now. They're going to start catching up to the top side, of course, in the leader so far. But I do want to touch on the fact that Alpha 7, they also managed to get themselves a lot of points.
They did, but the thing is, look at Extreme Slayers, 19 points. As Team QUESO are fumbling, they're looking lost in the words of blank.
Look at it, the goose egg.
So is ATON. The other team that's contesting QUESO is not getting any points.
Well, they got a good game last game. They did, so we have to, within reason, give them credit. But for sure, Extreme Slayers, could we see 2 North American teams in PMGC? And only one LATAM team?
I hope so. But I'll say what, let's take a look here at the top damage dealers here for that last match. 2,500 on the dot.
And it was absolutely beautifully played by PK towards the end. And don't get me wrong, a decent bit of circle look, but the way they had a setup of a 2-1-1 with Sanhok and Coops working together to hold on to that eastern edge, I think in phase 6 was absolutely spectacular. We saw instantly Nate from Just For Fun get wiped out between Sanhok and Coops, and they just covered their back so well.
Yeah, and we're looking towards that Extreme Slayers. Oh my God. Just to give you guys an idea, I believe this is today's game stats so far. 17 eliminations, incredible performance, again, in a time of need for this NA team.
That's 17 eliminations in 3 games, roughly just under 6 per game. Before this, their average eliminations per game were 2.39. That is a gigantic increase.
Absolutely insane. And you know what? I believe that there is a formula, right, for champions, you know? And I always like to say, I've said this in previous broadcasts, you know, I like to issue out to a couple teams, maybe 1 or 2, you know? The Hot Jukes Clutch badge, okay?
Oh, wow.
You can't teach clutch. You can practice all you want, but do you have that clutch factor? Now, when it comes to Extreme Slayers, I have not pinned them on that just yet, but it's out the bag, you know?
And this clip, though, this clip that we saw, the fight between Rise and Extreme Slayers, Pappy with that double nade was perfect, and even as a whole team, they'd 1 player knocked. Off the back of the second knock, they got the revive, and then they got the third. You can see one of the Extreme Slayers players is going to swing around later on. But this is a really clean engagement, shows strong communication from the side of Extreme Slayers.
And the main one that showed the best communication was this moment right here. You had the DBS in close range in a 1v1, but he just got baited. And then you had the off angle, the player holding the off angle, just peeking at exactly the right moment, getting that knock, and then it was just a simple 4v2. No one rushing that little hut. There was 1 door, there's 1 entrance, there's 1 exit. They have to come out at some point, and they just waited it out, used their numbers, used their angles, and completely wiped them without losing a single member. And we saw how much that helped them out towards the end of the game. So fair play to Extreme Slayers, and finally seeing the performance from an NA team that we need, and of course with the chicken dinner that went tonight.
Extreme Slayers say to Rise, do not pass go, do not collect any elimination points.
That's right. And you know what? They did it on time as well, because you know that third party's coming if they take too long. So they were patient, but they did it perfectly. Now, I like what Blank said during the match, how Team QUESO is looking just a little lost right now, you know? And how can you not when you have teams dropping on you? You're forced to try and figure things out. The mind games are playing out here in the final day.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I think the pressure is slowly starting to get to them here. Because we've seen day 1, day 2, these guys have had a very good performance. Day 3, a little bit lackluster, and then day 4. We said it, you set yourself up for the final day during day 3, but that never happened. They came into day 4, and once again, the performance just isn't there.
It's a consequence of being somewhat hunted down, by being shaken, rattled, and rolled. And personally, that's why I'm a big fan of targeting, per se, of that kind of like, no fear, just fight. Yeah, okay, you can respect other teams, but when you're on that battlefield, you do what you have to take to win, whether it's for yourself, you know, or the rest of your team. You just got to pull that out of the bag. And Team Queso, they have 3 games to get their stuff together. We talked about Nova. They weren't able to, you know, gather themselves up as a team and as an IGL. Team Queso, now's your time because that PMGC slot is being hunted.
Oh, yes, it is, man. These players are in big trouble right now. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards to see just how much influence CHEMIN moving on up to 2nd place.
And just saying, the fact that the two teams that have been able to upset Alpha 7 are both ahead of them. Oh my God.
Whew. Not gonna lie, I'd low-key love to see Knights kind of win. Well, and it's within the realms of possibility.
2 points separate Team Queso and
Yeah, I know. That's what I talked about.
And only 10.
10 points between the 3 teams fighting for that 3rd spot.
Wait, hold on. Real quick here, you can see there, you got VIVO Key, you got Alpha 7, you got the Knights all next to each other there.
Exactly.
So it goes, they already have that ticket to PMGC, so it goes down to Team Queso. So now, if the pressure wasn't on them before, oh my gosh, are they sweating bullets now?
And by the way, keep in mind, since we're going into Sanhok, two teams that land next to each other are ATON and Queso.
Oh, wow.
So that is going to be very, very close. And we've seen them hot drop on game 2 of Sanhok of the tournament. But no fights happen between Queso and ATON. So what's going to happen today?
Well, let's find out right now, of course. What was that? What was that? Papa Blue is coming? Sanhok is on the way? Of course, we've got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL Americas. Get ready to unleash the beast as we take it on over back to Blink and Avenger. Woo!
What's up, I guess. But yeah, we're back. I feel like, you know, we should have these guys as well with us. We should have a 5-man cast. It would be absolute chaos, just like things are currently over on the fields of these battlegrounds at the moment. It's great to see. Sanhok, yes, next to play at the moment. A little bit of a hectic map, a little bit of a map where you could go big or go home or go for the heal strat. I mean, there's 3 options there and only one is the correct one. It's up to the teams to find out which one works out for them. But yeah, we're now seeing this weird position in the standings where it really was only like one team that could rival that was 30 points behind at the start of the day. Now you've got Extreme Slayers, ATON Esports. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is unbelievable stuff. Queso still desperately trying to hold on to their PMGC, so unwilling to share with the rest of these teams, but the grasping hands, they are coming.
They are coming indeed, and also on top of that, I heard from the production studio that they had to refill the Monster Energy fridge multiple times a day as it get emptied by the talent in the studio all the time. They just, you know, constantly throwing down monsters, and you can also hear that with the energy level that we have from the guys in the studio. I gotta say, I love the insane energy level here. And you see again, Team Queso 5-heading just for fun. Just for fun, they thought they were gonna be 5-heading the hot drop on Tatmok and Cow, but Team Queso knew that Just for Fun is going to do that, so they make the Uno Cado Reverso, as you said earlier, and take Paradise Resort away from Just for Fun. What a fantastic 200 IQ play from Team Queso. I hope they can continue that fantastic strategy and kind of way of thought further along into the games, though. There's a lot of first aids in Paradise Resort as well. Are they going to stack it on one member and let them sit there and heal for some time? That is really the big question, but nice to see here from Queso. They continue to juke out the guys.
Honestly, it's hilarious to watch this at the moment, but I think next game, Just for Fun, need to make the 2-head play and then just go to their own drop spot, and I think they'll find Team Queso. Execute coming against VIVO Keyed here. Diego waiting inside the building. There's already been a smoke been thrown to try and eliminate those sight lines at the beginning, but it's not often we see these close quarters combat. Telly's already in. Shots come through from Diego. There's another passing through the building, and Execute is just getting torn apart like paper at the moment. Fate moves in, but it looks like his fate is going to come over soon as Diego takes down the final player, and just like that, with a click of your fingers, Execute are executed themselves.
Oh my god, that is just so unfortunate for Execute. Actually were, you know, in striking distance-ish with one great game. What?
Just for fun of coming down and fighting out Team Queso in Paradise. They've already taken one of their players away.
They've sent it in. I like what I'm seeing. I want to see that even more. Fantastic game from them. They actually thought that that's what happened. I think potentially was a trick that the trick of seeing them, you know, fall into paradise or something. They thought that must be Team QUESO. They were so close. Rise though also hears and sees this. They're also kind of running into what the interception here with Papi Potro could be crucial for Rise. This is so rough for Team QUESO, being hunted on multiple angles and from multiple teams.
I mean, just for fun, just wanted to add the spice factor. Papi Potro somehow gets away with it. Nate taken down by Raze there. He's looking for a little bit more. Zuko quite low, but you're right, Rise. We're also looking over towards this position. And Team QUESO take another knock in Papi Potro. So low, and Raze goes down too. Now just screams. Left all on his lonesome. It is all falling apart. The Jenga blocks scattered amongst the floor for Team QUESO.
As they run through the living room with the Lego on the floor. Screamzu is the last player alive here for Team QUESO. That is just so unfortunate. He's probably forced to just try to survive as long as possible. 3 helmet on his head though. Could potentially win an engagement or 2 with that. Let's see how far they can take this one. Another salvage game for them. Yeah. Team QUESO just 2 points ahead of Extreme Slayers. Just 10 points ahead of ATON. In a situation where they're really looking to close out the games here and get that PMGC slot.
I mean, whose breakfast did they put the jalapeno in this morning? Because something bad has happened. There is a lot of angry teams gunning for Team QUESO at the moment, just for fun. Having it, living it large, essentially, and you can't be upset with this one. Again, now the gap is open for ATON Esports, as well as Extreme Slayers, currently to the north side of boot camp. Nate spots out Rise. Nino going down. This is the wildest last final days I've seen in a championship in the longest time, Avenger.
Oh, I thought you were going to say in a couple of hours.
Basically, yeah, no, in the longest time. EU West was kind of cut and dry, you know, it was a little bit close towards the top, but, you know, things slowly fell into place. Teams did what they needed to do, but I've not seen this before. It just feels like I've...
It's wild.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I've walked into, you know, the jungle. I feel like I've gone back 6 billion years, and it's just the dinosaurs tearing at one another's throats in this tournament. It's crazy.
Yeah, the Allosauruses are hiding everywhere in Sanhok, and they're jumping at each other just for fun. Looks to be able to pick up one member and run him to safety. They're definitely here to have fun. It's sad that they were not looking to have fun on day number 1, and they just started on doing it on the last day, though.
Yeah.
Screamzu now forced to try to hide for as long as possible in this compound. Maybe hope that he can dodge the players here and run back to Paradise and loot even more and try to get some of those first aids and do the heal strat. I feel like that's the play for him at the moment.
Yeah, 100%.
Rise on the hunt. And already one team eliminated. Execute out. Team QUESO lost 3. Rise lost 1. Just for fun lost 2. We're down to 54 members. 10 players out in one team. And first circle hasn't even closed here, Blank.
Oh, no, it's 6 minutes in. It is insane to see what we've just seen there. I mean, Clown picks up Trick, pats him on the back and says, "That'll do, Trick. That'll do."
That'll do.
We took down the players from Team QUESO, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. I mean, they'll be going back to celebrate hopefully something. Rise moving in. DBS is there.
My God.
Able to find at least one. It's salvage time. Finds one elimination. Is it enough? First, yeah, grab the first aids. Quick.
Oh my God. Circle closes. ATON is seeing this in the elimination tracker feed, and they're having a laugh of it. Looted literally everything from Camp Bravo down to La Cavi and towards Ban. They're going to have 9 million first aids if they want to. Rise seems to be leaving Screamzu alone here. If this next circle just maybe contains a little bit of Paradise, he could be running back up towards it. But let's see where we go. Go south. Screamzu's still inside. He could potentially have the time to run up and go for the heal strat. But I'm curious to see what way he tries to take this one here. ATON is going to have a lot of free space on that eastern side of Quarry. Meanwhile, Loops, Alpha 7, Knights, Furious Gaming, they're setting up quite nicely towards the center. Loops on the high ground and some compounds, and the Furious Gaming on the lower ground west of Quarry. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 sending it here. I think they want that high ground compound on the eastern side of Quarry potentially. Shots coming in from Law. Law's been taken down by Coops. Good return fire there for Coops. Trying to get some of those stats, get some more ADR to make sure he gets a potential chance here for the MVP slot.
Bring him back into the fold. I mean, pad those stats just a little bit. Coops has been dominated for the longest time. Fortunately, there are shots that come back their way. Loops finding one of their players, taking even more damage. Tensor actually drops, hits the floor. He's gone. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of players. I mean, that's typical Sanhok, to be honest. And they're finding it difficult to isolate these sidelines, isolate these players and these teams. Coops kind of dead center of it. I mean, you can't see it on your screen at home, but honestly, looking at our map feed at the moment, there is Bootcamp held by Extreme Slayers, Jaguars are floating around this side. Then you've got Influence, CHEMIN, Knights, and Loops down towards the south side, all chiming in. It is getting very hot towards Bootcamp side, and we are going to get that funnel past Quarry. It's going to get very tight and very claustrophobic soon for a lot of these teams.
Let's see what they are able to do here with this one. Knights looks to be, oh my god, Little Boy, he is hitting a lot of shots onto Xenox. Spec also running for dear life at this point here. Good shots from Little Boy. Spec forced to hide behind this tree and go for the heal before he continues his run.
It's a laser.
Yeah, absolute. Insane shots just for fun. Clown coming in.
Oops.
Nades himself.
Daisy.
Oh my god. Screams to seize this. He's gonna go for it.
Hello? Someone outside, please ring the doorbell. I didn't order any DPD express delivery, but I do have a shotgun and
get him, get him.
We'll go. Oh
no, my god, Trick!
What an instant reaction from him.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah. In this case, it's his big friend here with the DBS. I mean, Screams felt like he had that. He felt like it was easy, but it was all just a trick. It was a trick. They played the clownish play, dropped the nade off the side. Oh, it's an accident, I promise. Trick comes around to res him. Screams is like, oh, this is the freest elimination of life. But Trick was always ready for that push out. Now, Team QUESO ends the game with one elimination, 1.5. Is that another nade that just hit the floor? Please tell me it wasn't.
I think it's a smoke.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, that has to be the best and funniest and worst play I've ever seen, with the funniest and best name combination added to that. Fantastic tricks coming out from Clown. Honestly, loving what I'm seeing here. Knights holding the low ground compound, Loops on the high ground. Next circle is closing. ATON is playing very slow here. And I'm curious to see how many first aids they have gathered for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise is also open. There was hardly any looting that went on in those buildings. Team QUESO practically left it straight away. So there's still opportunity for ATON. Just kind of wander on down, take themselves a leisurely stroll towards Paradise Resort, pick up some more first aids there. There's hardly any players that were playing in this position for ATON. Another central circle. I mean, this has been the fairest day, honestly, of all PUBG Mobile in existence. So many central circles. Furious Gaming, happy with this. Hold some decent compounds off towards that western side of Quarry. Might want to regroup towards the northern one. Give themselves a little bit more shelter, a little bit more cover on that side. Alpha 7 down towards the southeast, playing on the high ground. Checking, making sure there's no teams that are wrapping on that eastern side. They want to sweep as much as possible.
All right, Influence CHEMIN. We saw them with the top 3 eliminations all across the board there. 36, 35, 35. Super clean from them right now, Rise. Lost 2 players. 3 eliminations on the board though for them. They're running in on the top side of Quarry, trying to get into this smaller part of the compound here. That could be taking some damage there. And now kindness been found here by INCO. And that means that they now know where Nova is, and they now know that this is the direction that they're coming in from, which means There's going to be a lot of first aids coming in from that angle. Are they going to try to kind of counter that and try to go eliminated to get those 40 or some first aids? Or they're just going to wait for that push on to kindness for the rest? We'll see. First Gaming here, they are in this compound west side of Quarry. It's really hard to hold as a two-man, as I believe that the rest of the team is further down in the warehouses. So let's see if they are able to continue to do so.
For sure, man. I mean, like we were talking about earlier, is this case of for Furious Gaming, maybe it's an idea to reposition over towards Loven as well as Fernand, because I think that this is probably the ideal spot. And like you said, it's hard to hold those buildings as two. And with the circle being pretty definite towards this position as well, it's unlikely that you'd want to continue to hold this. Yes, it gives you sightlines down towards that south side, but is it really necessary? You want to clump up, definitely. Start taking shots as a team towards these players that are moving their way in. Quick, just taking stock of the overall rankings as well. I think the guys on the desk touched upon it, but 234 points to INCO Gaming. Influence CHEMIN, 232. Alpha 7 not far behind with 221, but it's those 2-point difference between first and second place. That is unreal at the moment between these two teams. They are battling to the death for that championship spot, that crowning moment. And I think that this could really go any of which ways, but Influence CHEMIN so far have been really putting up an absolute show for us. Some very good eliminations coming through. In the last couple of games, INCO has been somewhat nowhere to be seen. They've been trying to find their way into the circles, getting caught off a few times as they rotate through a lot of the similar areas to these other teams.
Yeah, they won the first game, and then it's been a little bit quiet for them since then. And Influence CHEMIN continue to be the elimination points leaders by quite a significant margin. Right,
it's funny as well, right, Avenger, because like Influence CHEMIN is just kind of bumping their point scoring up, not off like always massive placement points, but because their elimination count is just so big.
36 on Little Boy, 35 Federal and Law, tied for second. Crazy. Extreme Slayers. Our next circle does go towards the west side of Quarry. Furious Gaming should be going together on the same compound at this point here, rather down towards warehouses, I would see. It's the better spot at the moment. And Hayuya has been knocked. And the question is Extreme Slayers going to be able to pick him up, or are we going to see a push from Jaguar coming in? ATON coming in extremely slow here. As you see, one first aid only on Fran, some bandages. They're taking fire from Jaguar on the high ground. That is super unfortunate. They could be forced to reposition. What are they going to do here? Are they going to leave one of the players behind? I think Nitsu is one of the building. He's going to probably be forced to heal at this point.
Yeah, ATON would definitely like to get further in towards the circle, but Fran takes a bit of a tick of damage there, but it is the play zone to finish them off. Saninya outside as well. Jaguar trying to ruin the dreams of ATON, but I think they already have their healer set up on the outside.
21, yeah.
21. I mean, it's not a huge amount. It's actually not a huge amount for this stage of the game.
I can see more bandages on them, actually. This is...
for the beginning of the match.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see like 30-some odd on it. Hot Dukes for Alpha 7, Imperium for Furious, and Sandstorm for Pittsburgh Knights here for the prediction game. Who's going to win map 4? That's a big one. And who are we going to see really close that one out? Obviously, Dukes was able to guess Knights right in the last game, so he's going to be happy with that one. Leading the charge at the moment. Now Sandstorm is going to do the switcheroo and take Knights while Dukes is on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 in a decent spot, I would say, but greedy 2-2 split at the moment. I really like to see them play together at this point. But Jaguar, these guys are just trying to close this one out here. Jaguar, right now, 14th place. Not a big of a chance to really close this one out here, but Skeller decides to go for some information gathering, potentially trying to take down ATON.
Oh, yeah, this is dangerous, actually. I wonder if Nitsu's even spotted this one happening. Cancels it. Here's the footsteps. Surely here's the footsteps at this point. Skeller's getting a little bit too close for comfort. I mean, this is really cruel if they do find him. Because ATON with Team QUESO going down as well. This would be a massive opportunity. He knows now. DBS in hand, that's the perfect weapon for it. Swings out. There's DBS on that side as well. That's a one-shot and done as well. And that's it. Skeller ruins the chances of ATON. Who could have seen this one coming? And Extreme Slayers, they get a little bit of an advantage now.
Shoko, Zaninja, and Fran actually found themselves into the circle at this point here. Got a little bit of love in the circle as well. And now they can play inside the quarry ending here. So now no healing backup strategy is enabled for them. Shots coming in. Dreamski. Oh, this is Alpha 7 ruining the potential of Jaguar to take down multiple of them. Revel found Zaninja though. And Knights is in a fight with Nova at this point.
I think you look towards our north side and you think it's a mistake for ATON not to push further in to try and clear out Jaguar. Leaving Nitsu behind like that in a very obvious position that Jaguar had already scouted. They've got absolutely no meds on board now. All were given across to Nitsu, and ATON 7 have to play the snakiest game of their lives. Influence CHEMIN, also in a decent position, but Choco goes down. What a terrible turn of events here. Pappy is also, Pappy's heading out towards Skeller's position. And if Pappy can take down Skeller, he'll pick up even more meds. Is this the switcheroo?
The double?
He's actually heading up there. We need to see this.
I like what I'm seeing from Pappy. That would be huge if he can actually take down Skeller. We'll keep an eye on that though. Jaguar now fighting Influence CHEMIN. Extreme Slayers has gone out. Pappy got eliminated. He was able to defend that Skeller quite easily. And now Alpha 7 lost Carillo. Has to make a... Ooh, that's a big nade coming in from that. Fran gone down. Zaninja, last player, he took another punch of damage there. That could be the one from Revo actually. Can he send another one that direction? Can he hurt him? Ooh, if it's cooked perfectly, it's going to take him. Oh, shots coming in from the other side. That's Saber from Jaguar. Shots are coming in from Revo, though. He's going to take him down, and Aton's out in 10th place. He tried to do a really good heal strategy, but it didn't end up working out for them.
Avenger.
Yes?
ATON Esports, Extreme Slayers, Team QUESO, all 1 point apiece.
Yeah.
Are you joking me?
We're going to go
to
the last game, my friend. VIVO keyed out 9th with 4 eliminations. And now Furious Gaming trying to hold on to this northern side. They have to defend it from Influence CHEMIN, have to defend it potentially from Alpha 7 coming in from that eastern angle. Loops, INCO, and Infinite. They're gonna have to make a play here to save and hold on to this warehouse on the western side. B2's out in the blue healing as well.
We have all our top teams right now in this final circle. We've got INCO, Alpha 7, Mythic sends out towards that blue, tries to pick up some of those meds coming from ATON. Finds bitterly there's absolutely nothing on them, and he will go down to the play zone. A bit of a mistake to try and take that, potentially looking for more of those meds. And if he just held towards that east side with the rest of his team, potentially get a good spot in towards the circle. Vito2K sweeps round towards the south side of the map, towards Alpha 7's position. Influence CHEMIN did go down with not a lot of eliminations, but still 8 points found there. And INCO have one elimination themselves, but right now we're getting towards those top placement positions where you get a bunch of those points, and INCO might just be able to pull off something special here to get themselves slightly further ahead. For Alpha 7, it would have to be one hell of a game with just the 2 players they currently hold on to versus Infinity.
Oh, good shots coming in from Squasada there, taking down one of the first gaming members. And a plot twist kind of opens up now. If Infinity manages to win this game with a little bit of eliminations, they actually enter the race and potentially could take that spot away from Team QUESO. Now within striking distance as well is Alpha 7 on that eastern side, but that shift west did go towards Infinity, and they're looking really good, looking poised with 3 members alive to try to take this one away. Furious Gaming also with 3, but they have to move in from that northern side. They have Alpha 7 ahead of them, INCO ahead of them as well.
Vito2K is on one hell of a flank at the moment, looking over towards Alpha 7. Either way, it's good. Nanabete will go down to a nade, though.
Zohan.
Oh, what are you doing? Zohan gets away. What a horrible moment that just happened there. Skeller goes down outside in the blue. Revo stepping backwards and forwards, and somehow Vito2K goes down to Furious Gaming outside in the blue. Gets the stutter step, the happy feet, keeps him alive, and Revo turns and switches over towards them. Alpha7 putting on a clinic here at the end of the game. Revo in the smoke, still playing tap dancing with his foes.
Good shots coming in, multiple angles here, held from Infinity. 7 eliminations so far, 3 guys standing. They can push on to Furious Gaming. They're gonna go for the flush on that one. That's another one, that's 8. And now there's 2 more left available. Probably gonna be denied by some blue zone. Shots coming in now. Alien Kid actually takes some fire.
Mafioso looking for that second place, right? And will find it right at the last moment as well. What a difficult game it was for Alpha7. Desperately looking for a lot of those medkits towards the end, but they will take the chicken dinner. And that'll be a lot of points seen there for them. INCO going down slightly earlier, then Abete being found. V2K on the sweep from Furious Gaming, but Revo, man, Avenger, what were those movements towards the end? I mean, it looked almost lazy from that guy, but he was dodging bullets left, right, and center, looking like Neo from the Matrix.
Yeah, super crazy play there, the zigzag moves, and he just got the moves like Jack at this point here, but that makes it Infinity with their first win here. 24 points, I believe it was, they're able to rack up here, and this could be huge once we are able to take a look at some of the overall leaderboards. They might be able to catch up to Team QUESO here, and also Alpha7, are they going to be able to contest the very top now? We're going to just have 2 more games to go here, and after the short break, the desk is going to break this game down.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Infinity get the dub in that last one. Ooh, Sanhok always makes sure that it's nice and spicy. Welcome back, everybody, to the final day here of the PMPL Americas Championships 2022. Man, this is gonna be a close race for these last 2 matches.
You could say Infinity have gone to infinity and beyond.
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. When it came to the predictions, I saw that they were in a fantastic position, but I was too scared to pick them. But yeah, another game with 9 eliminations, 24 points, and a very good game for them. But Alpha7, I feel like, came out with a very decent amount of points compared to INCO.
Yeah, and I get why Jukes picked Alpha7, because their position on the East, they were only really the team holding it, and they played through Quarry extremely well. But here's the thing, look at this, Extreme Slayers, Team QUESO, ATON, all with low points. Do we now have a 4th contender for that 1 PMGC spot?
Oh my God.
This is getting insane right here. I mean, man, with Just for Fun just coming and disrupting everything, it is getting crazy. And here's the round report right here. Look at this. Revo getting a nice nade eliminated. I'll tell you what, these Brazilian teams and nades are just insane.
I tell you, it was the Achilles heel for Infinity in that game.
Yeah, those nades really did impact them a lot, but
not even.
No, I'm not even gonna let you have it. No.
Wow, not even acknowledging.
Just gonna move on over to the highlights.
No, I'm not letting this go. Okay. I want recognition for that.
I mean, honestly, I'll give you a recognition just because you matched me on prediction points now.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right, but look, realistically, now with the result of that previous game, we have a battle on 2 fronts. We have the battle of the top, and we also have the battle for that last PMGC ticket. So, like, I think this is the spiciest regional final that we are having this season across all regions.
Lang said it, and it's great. On the side note, such a pleasure to have him on board for this final day. But yeah, he touched upon it, that it is the craziest, most exciting final day to a regional finals. Like, you had Just for Fun once again dropping on Team QUESO. You had Execute going out to VIVO Key straight away. It was just a wild start to the Sanhok game, and then went from there.
Hey, well, you know what? Speaking of just for fun, I think we got to talk about this insane play that we saw here in the last match. Now, this was a set play, okay? The self-nade, okay? This is purposeful, by the way, okay? Just to let the other player get a false sense of confidence.
What you're saying is he pulled an Imperium, giving everyone a false sense of security.
By the way, that's trademarked. So, just saying, copyright. Be careful out there, boys and girls.
Yes. Well, you know, when he did pull that self-nade, we saw that beautiful flick at the end to be able to take out the rest of Team QUESO. And you know what? We saw what happened yesterday. Maybe Team QUESO did a little too much of shooting some boxes, but here we got another insane play.
This right here, this is basically the story of ATON Esports in Sanhok. He had 21 heals. 21 heals at that point. He was, you know, he was content. They were gonna get placement points. And like we said, these guys are fighting for one of the last tickets to the PMGC. This happened today. And then yesterday or the day before, it was Alpha 7. Why do you put yourself in such a risky position? And all 4 of you were, no, I'm not done. All 4 of you were in the blue zone up until zone 3. This is what I'm waiting for, right? Match report, you see them. They went to boot camp and then they knew Team QUESO at this point got eliminated. So Mong Nai, Tatmok completely open. You can look on the map, you can still see they're rotating, they're getting all the heals. They wasted the entire game going for those meds. And then what do? You throw it all away. I don't know.
Oh,
listen, I'm mad because I picked them as my hot seat team.
No,
it hurts me
honestly,
right here.
I get that because you genuinely, and I love what ATON have done. I give them a lot of respect, but you genuinely have to be something special to mess up a heal strat in Sanhok that many times. Like,
it hurts.
Genuinely.
Like, what are people going to learn? We saw it already happen to Nova multiple times in the first day. You know, like, just take those heals, stay in a very, very safe position, and just
get in the boat.
Get the second, get those second place guaranteed. But you know what? It's greed at this point. It's like, hey, you know what? We're so far behind. We want to make sure we get those little extra points here and there. And look what happened. Devastation.
I'm honestly not sure what else I can say. I did say all you need to do was fix your strat on Sanhok, and you guys are perfectly fine. But
oh boy, let's take a look at the
God.
overall leaderboards here. And I'll tell you what, the reason why we're harping on that so much is because that could be the game and the reason why ATON doesn't move on forward is look at this. This is insane. 2 points from Extreme Slayer. 10 points from ATON to Team QUESO.
Oh my God.
And we got 3 teams, Alpha 7, Pittsburgh Knights, and VIVO Keyed, that have already booked their slot. So the next team down to get one is Team QUESO.
Yeah,
and
no, Furious, I think are too far away.
No, I'm sorry. From what we've seen today, I know we technically only have 2 more games to go. Anything.
I mean, honestly, you're right.
Yeah, let's put it this way. It's chicken dinner time.
True.
Okay, yeah, for those squads on that second page, it's time to get a chicken dinner with some serious eliminations. And that, you know what they need to do? They need to capture the spark, that's right. With Realme, our official partner here for the 2022 PMPL Americas Championships. Ooh, I'm loving this.
I love this region already, just because of how close these finals are. It is so spicy.
Well, we got a nice question for all you guys in the chat. Keep you guys interacting right now. Which player healed the most of PMPL LATAM Fall 2022? Give us your answer.
That's triggered. So it's like an Infinity player. No, he didn't heal at all.
They have 103 placement points. 103 placement points, and they're on the second page of the overall.
Anyway.
I'm just fuming.
Yeah.
I'm not fuming at all. Nah. I'm not even mad.
Who's in the lead there? Hey guys, who's in the lead? I can't see.
The Hot Jukes.
Oh.
I'm just saying. We're both Irish, so it's 6-4. We're winning.
No. Not with the way you treated me the last 3 days.
Oh boy, here we go.
Not as easy as that, sir. No.
You're sorry.
Excuse me, but you all saw it, audience. You all saw it, how he bashed me, gave me L's, and now suddenly he wants to be on Team Ireland with Imperium? Get out of here, son. Get out of here.
I love how the Irish accent came out there.
Jesus.
All right, well, you know what? Hey, it's time for match number 5. Blank, I know you captured the EU Championships. Big shout out to you, though. Now that you're in Americas, how are you feeling that difference? I want to hear it just one more time.
Honestly, man, it is kind of ridiculous over in America at the moment. Somewhat crazy is happening within the mix. I don't know what's gone on. Maybe someone had some bad milk this morning, but then again, it would feel like everyone's had bad milk this morning. I don't understand what has happened here in this lobby, but there's so many teams just fighting off against each other all the time. Yeah, what is happening, Adventure? I don't know, but I know that it's close. It's so close. I mean, it's all still up grabs in those top 3 spots, and a lot can change in terms of that prize pool, that money. And also, that 3rd place spot is still crazily close.
Yeah, it's so close. It's crazy. I mean, we've been asking for it the last couple of days. The desk have been asking for it all the time. They hope that it's going to come down to the last couple of games. Now, we are on the last couple of games. We've got 2 more games to go. One in Erangel, one in Miramar. And we start off with a crazy plane path fear from Milta over towards Primorsk. And it just gets wilder. The big question is, where does Team QUESO go in this one here? Now that everything is so close. Two-head play. Two-head. Fair beer.
We have to see just for fun also dropping very big. Please, PUBG Mobile gods, allow this to happen. I mean, they've yet to drop out as of yet. ATON dropping in Milta Power as per. Alpha 7 might head down towards Sanhok. I mean, that would be a fair enough assessment coming through from those guys. INCO already dropping out towards Nova Repnoia. But yeah, this is all still crazily close. I never thought it would be like this. When I checked out the standings at the beginning of the day, I was like, oh yeah, I mean, INCO's probably going to pull ahead at some point. It will be good. It'll be fun to see. But I don't know, man. Everything's getting absolutely wild. Team QUESO dropping out towards Ferry Pier. Where is Just for Fun?
They're waiting. No, they're actually Just for Fun is on Lipovka on the eastern side.
No,
already dropped out. I just saw them out there below Infinity and Loops right now. A lot of teams on that eastern side. And again, Alpha 7 going military, hoping for a military zone, and they don't get it. It's like for the 4th or 5th time at this point. It's crazy with the lack of their off as well. Team QUESO actually not going for Fairbeer. They're going north again towards the Gaka area. Yeah, this split here. That's fine. I like that too.
I think for Team QUESO's point in time, they just have to play like they don't even know who they are at this point, right? They have to play completely out their own head. And, you know, if no one knows, if they don't know what they're going to do next, Just for Fun doesn't know what they're going to do next. And that is the gameplay. That is the play that they're going for. Extreme Slayers, obviously very close to the standings, so perhaps even looking to challenge out versus them on this side of the map. That would be an interesting start, looking to get a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to see that. Just for Fun chasing. M4 in hand. Look at that. M16 on the other side, though. Come, get us. Come get us. Ooh, drive-by and UMP there, too. So M16 and UMP. No, shot to the AK nade, actually. Oh my god, finds multiple. Only Sohan left, and he's got nothing. He's got 1 HP, 1 more hit, and he's going to be able to close that one out. Sohan, no! Suko does not hit that last shot. And it's now just Akias and Sohan that's left to just drive all the way up to Stalbo Kameski, try to get some loot, try to make the best out of things. Unfortunately for them, they're 16 points behind Team QUESO right now. And Just for Fun, all about fun here on the very last day of PMPL Americas Championship.
I mean, they've certainly made this championship one of the most fun ones we've seen in a long time. I feel like I'm looking at the Joker essentially just drop into the lobby and just causing chaos wherever they go, which is great. It's beautiful. I love to see it. Yeah, they may be down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, but they're going out with an absolute bang, and that's for sure. Loops towards prison side, splitting themselves there, and Mansion. ATON down towards Milta Power again. It is all so close. And no one could have predicted in that last match, you know, you would see Extreme Slayers, ATON, as well as Team QUESO all go down with a single elimination point, basically changing nothing on the leaderboard. Like, we felt at so many different opportunities during that match, or at least I felt, that there was chance for another team to leapfrog someone else, get a little bit further. But none of the teams were able to pull it off in the end, with some weird scenarios going down just for fun, once again being that strange anomaly that causes problems, and Jaguar even getting in on with the good times there too.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, Infinity then having a great game, winning 24 points on top of that, means that they kind of can put themselves in shoulder to shoulder with the rest. One more good game for them there potentially could take it away. Circle is quite of a standard one. The question is really, how are we going to be ending up? Of course, Extreme Slayers towards the center. Team QUESO has Gatka to themselves. They should have high priority towards some of the good locations, but let's see how they end up playing once they have a bit of a benefit from the circle. They're going to continue to play it slow, or they're actually going to hold down some of these compounds that are worth fighting for in the first couple of phases.
I mean, with the way that Team QUESO's had to play today, it's almost like someone has duct taped them to the office chair and spun them round about 1,000,000 times and then just let them free, because it really has been a dizzying day for them so far. And I'm not sure how they've been able to keep playing with some semblance of the characteristics they've showed us in terms of performance over the last 3 days. I think it's admirable, to say the least, but it's also just not enough. And in these last 2 games, it's not where you want to be securing your ticket over towards PMGC. And a lot of people would say and tell you that, you know, probably Team QUESO is probably one of the more deserving teams of that PMGC ticket out of all the other teams battling for it. But it is a championship. This is where things do get gritty, they do get bloody, they get a bit brutal. And Team QUESO, if they want that ticket, they're gonna have to reach out and grab it, make it their own. So a big game is necessary, it's required. 10 points, 12 points, just get yourself ahead of that pack that is hunting you down.
Oh, kindness. Takes down Coops, destroys some of these MVP dreams here for them. And as Imperium said, it's all up for Team QUESO. It's in their own hands, and it's their own fault if they don't succeed. Now Knights as well at this point here. Coops on his own hands. Can he get the MVP spot or not? We'll see if he's going to be able to bounce back here in the very last game. He's going to have a big one for him to actually take it away from Influence CHEMIN. Rise some shots here towards Team QUESO. Rise closed this one out right now. Team QUESO ending up to go towards the twin buildings over there. And Rise successfully 2-man defends this area.
Team QUESO moving out, sending up towards ruins. Rozok still controlled by Extreme Slayers. They do have an outpost off towards that western side in Yayuya. Furious Gaming also down towards that southeast. A lot of teams clumping up in this area. Very central focused lobby, Avenger. I mean, a lot of teams are looking for these compounds early on in the game. It's a surprise to me that we're not seeing more edge teams just take advantage of that, with some of these teams just very much set on taking that center of the map.
Yeah, it's happening later, I feel like. Here in this case, we do see some of the passive playstyle, but it comes in too late. They don't commit to the passive playstyle. They start with going center, and then they don't get the circle. They start playing a little bit more slow and go for the edge, of course. Usual kind of patterns. But yeah, I want to see some more kind of focus around playing edge heavy and focusing on the kills that you can potentially get and the eliminations that you're able to get throughout. Let's see here what Influence CHEMIN is able to do in this one here on the northern side. Still a slight chance for this circle to go north, and if I know the circle's right and we're not going to get just an easy one, we could potentially see some hardships in that direction. I love this skin as well here on V2.
Oh yeah, Gaming. I mean,
it's great, sounds great, looks great.
I mean, there's all these sports cars they're bringing in now, and I'm like, you know what? Just give me the Mustang, man. This is where it's at. Like, that is a car that I would drive personally. It's audacious. It's fancy looking. Maybe a little bit too much on the street, and it would get robbed. But I'd drive it for at least a day before it was taken away from me. These teams hoping that they can hold on to their vehicles for as long as possible, though, as they do become pretty much like that moving cover that you can create yourself. You know, it's mobile defilades that you are able to create with those vehicles into the late game, and they do save you, especially on this kind of circle where it's over towards that western side, towards Everest. These fields, like, you will need those vehicles at some point, if it's not just to crash towards those compounds up towards Everest, or set up those flying Vs down towards the fields.
This is the game that Team QUESO has to lock this PMGC spot. This is literally the setup for them here. They have a 2-2 split right now, or potential 2-2 split, with the Twins and the high ground building on the foot of Everest on that eastern side, and they can give so much information to each other. So let's hope they're able to close this one out here and see how far they can take it in this game. VIVO decides to go on the high ground onto Everest. Influence CHEMIN sending it across the bridge. Knights and Nova here on screen inside Pochinki. Knights playing a little bit more passive this time round, having lost one. And that means that Sanhok is actually going to go solo for some scouting and information gathering, while Spec is still in Pochinki.
Yeah, pretty classic play here just to move down. I mean, he circumvents all the way through Nova. Doesn't get too involved with this team. Knights do gather some pretty important information from that one, especially playing as 3. You really need to know the lay of the land around you. You can't comfortably make those massive crashes at this stage of the game anymore with just the 3 players on board. 4 is what's kind of necessary. So for Knights already being so close towards the center of this circle, having that information early on is going to be an absolute blessing towards them in that late game. VIVO keyed up towards the top of the mountain at the moment. In the meantime, just for fun, is absolutely harassing the guys from Jaguar down towards the south side. But Team QUESO finally find themselves a good position, a really strong spot just underneath Everest. This is what they needed. They are slightly split with a 1-1-2, but this is good enough for now, and I think they could regroup at some point. These outposts are good for information gathering, especially with the information that Ayala is able to grab down towards ruins.
All right, Loops. What can you squeeze out of these last games? 13th place currently. Not the best of championships for them, but they definitely still are forced to be reckoned with. INCO, not better than INCO here. They actually see Furious Gaming on their rotation, so get a lot of information from that. Shots towards Loops again here from INCO. Circle is closing now, and this next one is going to be a crucial one for the vast majority of the teams. Team QUESO actually gone for a 1-1-2 split. Greedy gaming right now, and I like to see that at this point.
Yeah.
While a lot of other teams are playing it passive. ATON playing it passive. Extreme Slayers, slow play for them at the moment, but they do have a pretty good compound hunkered down on that northern side of the chopsticks.
I mean, you look at Team QUESO, and again, we were saying before that Ayala has that amazing information gathering down towards Extreme Slayers in ruins. Could even pick off a couple of these players and just leave them to the wolves in Rise and maybe Knights as they move up towards that northern side. But yeah, they have this greedy split. They even have Rise down towards that compound on the south side. You can see them there. And should the circle head a little bit further towards that western side, you're more than likely going to see these players start to regroup towards that position. But this is why it gets dangerous at this point in the game. You're seeing Furious Gaming getting a little bit too close to Raze there, and now this is where the regroup should come in. They've gathered that information, they've got a lot of ground covered, and now they need to hunker down as a 4-man unit.
Yeah, this circle here, really good for a lot of the teams, but a lot of the teams on the southern side here, as you can see on the map, has to make a move, have to make a big play for this, try to get deeper into it. Really curious to see what Team QUESO end up doing. If they end up on the 2-2 split or end up on the high ground compound, that would probably be the play for them at this point. Shots coming in just for fun. Continues to ruining the fun for Jaguar and being such a nuisance for a lot of these teams here. INCO on that southern side, inside that forest. Now just for fun, crashes into Jaguar. They are going to take the fight on here.
Jaguar up front, Skella gets away, does a bit of damage, but it's only 2 players from Jaguar at the moment moves out the side just for fun. Trick tosses the grenade over the top. The arc's good, but Skella jumps out the window just in time, but it will be too much for the team of Jaguar. Not able to close the jaws around the rest of the players are just for fun, but that's a great initial knock, and INCO is going to absolutely jump on that one, spring into action here as Nenebete hits the walls. They're going to find themselves a good amount of elimination points here. Nate's in no way possible able to be res, and maybe INCO's not quite realizing just how damaged the guys from Just for Fun are. They're desperately trying to restabilize. A quick first aid kit comes through, but these nades are clearing out buildings, forcing Just for Fun further towards the backside of this building, and I think that they've finally met their match when it comes to a scrappy engagement.
Down with the utility usage here. Gets a nade from INCO. That's QUESO here on a good offensive move. Now they're just gonna swirl into this one here, and you called it perfectly. Just for fun now, a little bit on the retreat. INCO is a force to be reckoned with in this play here, and they have committed to this fight. QUESO, Trick could potentially be finding one. He is actually gonna be returned a lot of fire though.
Damage.
Finds one, good damage from Trick. He's gonna return that a little bit. Now two. Nenebete goes down as well. It's down to V2 and Becker now. Can they make the play? Can they make the push? Nate's take a lot of damage. Now it's Trick and Nate forced for this push and play here. He's less than half HP himself. Gonna make the play right now.
Becker,
good shots.
Yeah, gets a good amount of damage. Trick's very low, but needs support from his teammate at the moment. Unlikely they'll get that first aid kit off, but instead, Trick just goes for the 100% play and just steps up, takes the few shots that's required. This nade could be absolutely brilliant over the side, but quickly, they go either side of this one, quickly splitting up into action. Nenebete has to make something fantastic happen, but just for fun, I said it was a scrappy fight. It will end with a massive scrap, with players going down all over the place, but it's not the dreams of Just for Fun that's over. All they were here for was the enjoyment, but for INCO, this was the championship, and this might just have lost a bit.
Yeah, this was so unfortunate for INCO not to be able to close this one out. I really wanted to see this kind of Just for Fun plays early on. They're a team to be reckoned with here for sure. A force to be reckoned with. And now Alpha 7, they go in and take this area. Now locking it down early on. Infinity left to 2 members. We're down to 48 players, 14 teams left standing, and Jaguar and INCO is the first team out, and Just for Fun has 10 eliminations out of those that have been available. Is quite impressive to say the least.
I mean, they're laddering up right now towards the bottom of the standings. Sure, it's the bottom of the standings, but who cares at this point? They have had a cracking day, and like you said, though, why couldn't have this playstyle could have been brought out a little bit earlier? They have absolutely no cares in the world, and maybe the pressures of this tournament got to them slightly. But to win versus INCO in an engagement like that is a feat in of itself. Execute moves with the rest of his team. With 6-less Fate towards the center, Team QUESO still holding themselves a really strong spot. ATON Esports coming in from that northern side at the moment, with Extreme Slayers still playing very passive towards that coastal edge in Ruins. So all the big names still in, other than INCO. Influence, CHEMIN also find themselves a spot down towards the south of Ruins. This is very, very much a fun game at the moment now, because it's all to play for, with Alpha 7 still with a big chance to ladder up, and Influence CHEMIN with all their players alive. A lot can happen here.
Infinity out in 14th. Nova, full 4 men alive. Shots coming in from the side here from Execute, though. Hot Jukes has picked Team QUESO, Imperium on Extreme Slayers, and Sandstorm on Influence CHEMIN for the potential win here. I would love to see a Team QUESO win here on Hot Jukes. That would be quite a wild, also for the sake of them being able to kind of push themselves into a good spot for the last game. But they have to defend this northern push from the teams coming in from this here. Alpha 7, though, right now fighting and battling it out with Furious Gaming. Let's see if they can make the push here. Milos tries to go for the defensive with the AKM in hand. Shots coming out. Takes down Carillo. Shots coming in from the side here. Mafioso with a fantastic off angle. Rivo takes down Milos. And Trigger is down as well. So it's just down to just 1 member here. Milovan has to try to go for this one. Nice nade. Clears it out. Just for Fun out in 13th place with 10 elimination, and Furious Gaming out in 12th. Super well executed here for Alpha 7.
super clean. Alpha 7 bring out Mr. Muscle. Sweep the guys from Furious Gaming away. And it was a really good push, actually. They came down from Everest, took this side of the map, assumed there might be a team within this compound, scouted it. Mafioso, like you said, over on that off angle as well, provided them a lot of support. And now they have a huge amount of space to work with down towards the southwest side. It's very, very interesting here, Avenger. Team QUESO might just have to battle off against VIVO Keyed as they make their way down. ATON Esports taking a lot of damage. And Alpha 7 might just rethink that push as they head up towards the north side. And instead, Revo is going to scout down towards the south, see what he can find on that side of the map.
This is basically the shittiest circle I've seen for this circle, or for this second circle here. Honestly, I was hoping for more than one, but we go down to the fields where not a lot of playable space is available, and Loops is sitting in the twins, and they're going to be hungering those down for a long time. A lot of scrappy fights are going to be had here, and Fran is trying to survive for as long as possible.
Rin takes a couple of shots on his side, execute over towards that northeast. Loops looking to push down themselves. Influence CHEMIN yet to have left this position. With them, Extreme Slayers still seems like a bit of a problem for themselves. Fran out over the vehicle. ATON Esports in the meantime took a huge amount of damage, which was so unfortunate for them. Revo also falling, though that's a bit of a weird one. Nova finding that. Luckily for them, Knights are on the case. Keep them safe and sound just for a little bit longer. And Alpha 7 still on this strange split, hoping to see teams they move down from that north side, but I think they could potentially hunker down towards the rest of the team, trying to play out this high ground for as long as possible.
All right, Vivo. Are they going to make this push here? Is Ayala going to see this? Nova out in 11th. Shots are coming in from the side here. Ayala with a DPS in hand here. He's going to make the push and play. Takes down one. Gets traded for the other one though, but help is coming from the backside of things. Adrian finds Papi Potro, and it's falling apart currently for Team QUESO. Nice shots coming in though on the other side. Screamsu opens it up, and now McGrillen forced to make a push here and a play to get off this. Screamsu, ooh, he dodges it just as. Oh, he actually did not dodge it. Did he get? He found Adrian
clipped
and then
on the side, yeah.
Got clipped, did he? Okay.
Yeah, really unfortunate.
Actually thought he managed to dodge it. McGrillen managed to find him. That is super unfortunate, yeah. Ayala and Reyes is still alive. Papi Potro could be rest. Let's see if they manage to get these crucial points here. McGrillen continues to just make a huge play for this. Oh, this is important for Reyes to be able to survive this one here. Smokes come out. Should go for some bandages first, I feel like, as well. He's going to go straight forward. I don't feel like the time is there for the rest, though. He's going to have to push in. Now, Fran with one more first aid and 15 bandages. He's going to try to survive for as long as possible. Reyes actually gets in the circle and gets behind this tree. Now shots are coming in. He should hide as much as possible. No shots coming in from Loops in the off angle. 4 eliminations in 9th place. So gonna cut it. It's gonna come down to the very last game here. Fran's still alive and is gathering more placement points than ever at the moment. Nope, he dies. Goes out in 8th place.
Extreme Slayer is the next on the case there for them. But it's just Papi towards the center. But you're right, we're getting down to 6th place and upwards now, where those points start to really come in clutch. And the fact that Papi was able to send himself towards the center of the circle is absolutely clutch on his side. Gets him a little bit more points. Influence CHEMIN still battle this out, and it will be 2 Titans clashing head on between Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN. Both battling for that top title, that first place, the $23,000, the smackaroos available and on the line.
Loops making a little bit of a play here on execute. Are they looking to finish this, or are they looking to try to get into the circle? This is a play for both. Can they close this out? Alpha 7 looking poised for this game. Shots coming in from Toyko, takes down Fate. Jason 6 is still alive on the other side. Loops have to use more utility to try to get into the circle here. Grenades go out. Shots coming in from this side. This is Revo finding Toyko. Cadosan finds Fate for the flush. Execute with 2 members alive still. Revo finds Toyko flushed. And Alpha 7 continues to play super aggressively here.
I mean, it's crazy they've been holding this 2-2 split for such a long time, but they realize with how open the ground is in front of them that, yeah, they can just hold this 2-2 split. The angles that they're able to provide to themselves with the vehicles, those mobile defilades we were talking about before, is more valuable to them than this center position in the map. I mean, they can cover each other very nicely. Execute. Doing as best they can. Sixless finds a beautiful shot that way. Influence CHEMIN now taking shots over towards Loops, and it really is going to be these two top teams facing off against one another. Good for Alpha 7, though, is they've got 11 eliminations on this map. They do not want to be denied once more. They want this championship more than ever, looking for a big win here that could shoot them towards the top of the tables and see them with a bit of a buffer going into that final and 6th game of the day on Miramar.
Spec snaking a little bit, getting into this circle as well. He's going to be a bit of a spoiler potentially in between Influence CHEMIN and Alpha 7. Can he lay low for some time? That would be crucial. He also literally got everything pulled apart from him. He is 0.1 HP. The circle. Oh, Law is going to find him under the vehicle. Perfectly played for him here. Law is not going to be able to flush this and confirm this point for them. 7 eliminations now for Influence CHEMIN here. Blank. A great second to last game here. The penultimate game of the day and of the tournament. It just continues to give us insane games and endings, yeah.
It is just gifts upon gifts coming through from this championship so far. Kayovsky taking a ton of damage at the moment. The circle goes Alpha 7's way. Absolutely proud and, in fact, admires the greediness, the aggression from this 2-2 split. They've held the entire game and gives them a bit of a boon on their side with this circle. And it means that Influence CHEMIN have to push in towards them. 7 eliminations from them, but we've seen Influence CHEMIN come back from harder situations before. Alpha 7, though, reluctant to give this one up. 3 nades in the hands of Federal. Getting a little bit closer as they go, but it's 5 in the hands of Revo. And Influence CHEMIN are in for a bombardment themselves.
He's going to be opening up this. Can he get more? Smokes are being deployed. Federal has to try to nade on both sides of this. Can he make it happen? Actually goes on top of it, bounces on top towards Revo. He takes a lot of damage. And now he's going to continue this bombardment here from the other side. One more nade after this one. That's a great one for Federal. He manages to crawl just a tiny bit closer and take away some space from Alpha 7. He gets really hurt, though, from Mythic, while Mythic goes for the res.
Another nade, though, could be perfect. He knows exactly where to place it. Luckily, Revo's able to get back in action, but he saw how quickly these guys ducked back, knowing that that could have been the death of them. 5 nades in the hands of Law, ready to lay down the gavel here. But so much damage, but it's Spec from Knights coming in from the side. There's only one final player, taking a huge amount of spots away from them, and that might be just Influence CHEMIN taken down by the chivalrous Knights of the Pittsburgh. I cannot believe what I'm seeing at the moment. Influence CHEMIN down to just 1 player, I believe, here. With 2 alive now for A7. Just Lil Boy. This guy has been an absolute monster in terms of the elimination count, Avenger. But is it enough to take down these 2 players from A7?
Yeah, no matter what, when he shoots the first time, he's going to open himself up to the information that they are, and the angles that they have are quite good right now. He does have 3 nades in hand. Can he find Mythic with that? That is going to be kind of close to him. It's overcooked, though. Unfortunate. No, Mythic's going to reposition. Can he find him? No, the Influence CHEMIN members, they start to bleed out slowly.
That is so unfortunate. The nade goes a little bit towards the right-hand side, so doesn't get the information. And this guy's limited on the nades here. 2 left and desperately searching, but Lil Boy continues to crawl off towards this side. Carrillo, nade in hand as well, trying to eliminate all these angles, and Lil Boy playing this one right on the nose, getting as close as possible. He's got to be so quick on the trigger, but Carrillo, I think he's got him. It goes too far, but he gets the information on the damage stick and will just probably go for this spray. Little boy has to do something now. Takes the shot. Will take down Carrillo. There's one more to go for. Mythic out in the dust and just get it. It was so close, and Little boy almost had the unbelievable and best time of his life in the 1v2, but it was not to be. What a great turnaround from Little boy, but Alpha 7 were reluctant to let that one up.
Alpha 7 able to close out the 4th chicken dinner for them here. It is crazy. We've had some insane games, and this ending was even wilder. The spoiler, though, for Pittsburgh's night, that was just crazy. I did not expect that to turn out that way. I thought he was going to go a little bit further, try to take it as deep as he can, but I maybe feel like he thought it was going to be the last chance here, so he got as many points as he could for this one.
100%, and I think that is all he needs to do. Still, 2 of our top teams right at the end there. How is he going to shake up the rankings? You'll find out back on the desk.
Sandstorm? What do you have?
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
And it's the Brazilian Titans that are Alpha 7 that win match number 5. It all comes down to this. One more match is gonna be the difference from staying home or making players' dreams come true.
It is incredible. We have 2 gigantic storylines unfolding coming into the final game. That massive final moment between Influence CHEMIN and Alpha 7 to fight for that #1 spot, to be crowned the winners of the Americas Championship. And then you still have those 3 teams fighting for the final spot.
Oh my.
And again, I reiterate the rivalry that has been going on between Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN. And now the fact that it's extended into this game with the last ditch effort from both these teams and the final moments. And now it is genuinely going to come down to this last game. What better ending is there? And that's not even the only fight that we have for today's game.
And to be fair about that final moment, my heart goes out to Influence CHEMIN and to you because it was your pick. You know, I know Alpha 7 did so much on that northern side with 2,400 damage, but let's be fair, Influence CHEMIN got absolutely cooked by both Sixless and especially the last player of Knights. It was just absolutely
remember that name for
painful.
a while. Well, let's take a look here. Alpha 7 versus Influence CHEMIN. I mean, these guys have been going back and forth, but Alpha 7 just clutching it up right at the end.
Yeah, but I do love the fact that we're seeing Influence CHEMIN's resurgence in today's game by showing exactly how they came off today's games and how strong they started off in today's games.
What's hilarious is coming into today, they had the highest amount of eliminations, right? And they had an average of 5.89 eliminations per game. They're now currently in today's 5 games on an average of over 7 eliminations. That's how much more. It's like, you think we're done reaching another level? Let's show you another level. It's incredible.
That's what I'm telling you. These 2 teams are always butting heads in every tournament that they're playing against each other. Again, even in the PMWI that happened with a 6-point difference. And now Alpha 7 possibly getting their revenge in the best possible way, taking that chicken dinner in that 5th game, and we still have one more. We still have one more game.
One more to decide who is gonna go home or who's gonna get it done. Here's that final match once again. Just I want to really rub this into Sandstorm because he was so close to getting that point.
Of course, look, you know, 2 birds with 1 stone, my friend. But it was such a good effort, and there's nothing he could do at the very end.
Yeah.
He had no idea that Korea was there.
close.
Korea took the shots, and he was quicker off the mark to connect, get that first knock. But yeah, that off-angle player, I think it was Mythic, got the job done in the end.
Talk about 1 point. He needed one more bullet. He needed one more bullet, and
Here we go.
baby.
Let's take a look at the overalls before we go into the final match here for this tournament.
Oh, God.
Alpha 7 on top. Influence CHEMIN only down by 6 points to be the PMPL Americas Fall 2022 champions.
And don't forget about INCO. Don't count them out just yet. 22 points, it's a tough mountain, but it's still within their...
But even worse,
QUESO and Slayers.
Team QUESO and Slayers.
Oh my God.
That final PMGC.
3 points.
3-point difference. ATON Esports, not too far off either. Furious Gaming and Infinity and Execute. It is possible for them here, but they need a chicken dinner with elimination.
They need that, and they also need, obviously, their opposing teams, their competition, to get a goose egg or get barely any points in that game. So it's both.
I got 3 words for you.
What?
Just
or...
Oh my God.
Oh.
One. I love the fact that you mentioned that. But on a... God damn. If Extreme Slayers end on the same amount of points, the first tiebreaker is chicken dinners, which Team QUESO will win on. So they have to finish ahead
What's
of
our tiebreaker, though?
Yes, we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out here soon. One
paper, scissors?
final game. Okay. All right, everybody. It comes down to this. One game to decide who is going to go to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships or who has to wait another 365 days. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to none other than Monster Energy, our official partner for the PUBG Mobile Americas Fall 2022 Championships. Unleash the beast. Let's get into the last game. Let's go, baby. One more time.
Last match saloon here for a lot of these teams. It is getting really down to the wire. I mean, it could not be closer. At the end of this championship, Avenger, you're looking at Alpha 7 with 6 sweet points between them and Influence CHEMIN and that $23,000. Influence CHEMIN hoping to pick up those points here in the last match on Miramar, and Alpha 7 desperately holding on to that title at the moment. But it's not over yet. There's still one more game to go, and also one more PMGC ticket.
Yeah, and honestly, with this, we've been talking about it. Is it going to come down to the last game? And of course it is. It doesn't matter if you play 24 games, 6 games, 60 games. It always comes down to that very last one. And it's not just, as you said, for the top, but it's also the PMGC spots there in the middle. And it's looking extremely exciting for Extreme Slayers and Team QUESO here. So close on the leaderboard. And we're going to be ending on Miramar, of course, here. The biggest map that we've been playing here, and we're going to be seeing a lot of big rotations. We're looking at a really rough plane path, though. We're starting over north of Torre on the northeastern side and going down southeast towards Porte Paraiso, and there's not a lot of space to get over to your El Pozo, your Monte, your La Tarria, all these places that we usually see these teams. The question is, do they go for alternate drop spots, or do they take vehicles and try to go to their usual drop spots? Most of the nations right now, Revo 42, Little Boy 41, and Law on 40. It is so close for the MVP spot as well.
There is just so much to talk about and so little time to do it. Usually I come into these matches thinking, you know, 25 minutes, we've got a while to talk about a lot of this stuff, but 25 minutes will not do this championship justice. What it will do, though, is crown at least one of these teams right at the top there and let us know who's heading over towards that PMGC. I think right now we can call it that there is at least 2 of our teams with their tickets stamped and ready to go on that train towards PMGC, and that is Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN. The only thing that these 2 teams are duking out for is pride and that cash that's on the line. Alpha 7 currently holding ahead with a total of 4 chicken dinners, a whopping number there right at the top, with Influence CHEMIN not far behind. On the other side of things, though, Extreme Slayers currently behind Team QUESO by 3 points at 172. ATON Esports not been able to do enough in these last games in 161, but awful playing path, kind circle, out towards the eastern side, but a whole lot of water.
Yeah, tons of water in play here. Still open for a lot. A lot of teams, they obviously see this right now and they're like, okay, we're gonna have a long northern rotation. Team QUESO is in a unlikely cheese sandwich at this point here. Execute on the north side and go on that southern side. And it's gonna be kind of rough for them to move in. There's a lot of teams ahead of them that's gonna be rotating in towards the same kind of angle. We'll see how deep they take this one. Alpha 7 far up north towards Torre, but not inside Torre. They're taking all the other good loot areas out here towards the oil processing areas and factory sites. A lot of good loot inside here. And they're going to be moving out towards this one. Really close leaderboard. Coming down to the very last game. Honestly, just excited to see who's going to be ending up as our champion and who's going to be ending up on those PMGC spots. And that is not at all decided at the moment, Blank.
Not decided just yet. Still this last game to go, and I think some of these teams wish that it wasn't. Wish that this was out of the window, that we'd finished in that last match, specifically Alpha 7 after what a tear on those fielded areas. But there's still that last match, still one more time for Influence CHEMIN to prove themselves as top dogs over in this region. One last game for ATON Esports, maybe to bring it up to speed, or for Extreme Slayers to get slaying extremely.
The puns today have risen through the walls, and we've seen a ton of crazy things happening. The wildest thing was the circles, though. Honestly, they've been kind of crazy. We've seen some donuts, but also some of the wildest and hardest circles to play for some of these teams. It's been wild, and we continue to see that throughout this last one here. Hopefully we'll see some hard shifts and some curveballs, because if you don't go through fire to get to your gold, or to get to your goal, then it's going to be a way too easy path. Here, Team QUESO, probably the team that has the hardest path ahead of them. You have to outperform Extreme Slayers, ATON Esports, and Infinity and Execute. And if Infinity and Execute, they potentially win the game. With the other teams not getting that much, they could jump into that. But we're talking kind of unlikely to see both Team QUESO and Extreme Slayers not getting that much points, and ATON Esports not getting any at all. So we'll see. That's really the teams that we're taking a look on at the moment.
I like that you talk about puns there and said a ton of things have happened today.
Yeah, you should.
Which I really liked.
Why are you pointing that out?
I'm sorry. I feel like it went,
I know. I'm gonna make you chuckle a little bit.
I felt like it went beneath the radar, so I felt like I had to, you know, praise you a little bit for it coming into this one. You know,
that was definitely not underneath the radar.
Awesome.
Everyone that was meant to see it and heard it, they did. INCO here.
I'm that guy.
Nova. That's me. I like the puns.
INCO looking over towards Nova. These guys would have to have an absolute blaster of a game here to reclaim their title up towards that top side in first place. Currently sat in third at the moment. Nova would be a nice little morsel to chew on at the beginning of this game, though, for INCO to kickstart their elimination count. They're flying in at the moment. Koi sends a nade round the side. Does a fair bit of damage and actually takes down one of the players and Squash Zada. Becker now up to bat, and it looks like all the wind had just been flown out from INCO sails. Cannot quite even take it versus, I'm sorry to say, some of these teams at the bottom of the leaderboard.
No, that's just unfortunate here for INCO. Cannot really catch a break. Had some fortunate circle luck the last couple of days, but now they're catching the other side of the middle. Shots from Nova.
What's this?
Koi is just pushing with that barrel aggressively. And V2, oh, that's just so unfortunate now. Koi continues, takes more shots. Cruzada returns though. And now Nenebete and Cruzada, they might be able to turn this one around. Can they outrun and outheal Kindness and Yi? Cruzada gets it off, now returns the fire, no, takes him down. Cruzada goes down. And now we're down to just Nenebete that is left to run away from this. They had to have a fantastic game to be able to catch that top two, but now it's looking very unlikely for that to happen.
I think you could even go ahead and say it's over. It is over now with V2 2K.
It's over.
Unrestable. It is over for you guys from INCO. They put up a stellar performance throughout the entirety of the championship, but so unlikely now that they'll even find their way towards the top side. They might be able to get some damage done, but for Nenebete, this is a pipe dream for them to try and jump up. So it's all now between Alpha 7 and Influence CHEMIN to try and find those final points to either secure that first place for Alpha 7 or rake away and find their way towards that top side for Influence CHEMIN themselves.
All right. What can we see from the rotations coming in on the other side? Are they able to return this one here? And then Nenebete is just gonna get hunted down or over. That's just done.
It's just the way it is.
It's just the way it is.
It's unfortunate, but it is what it is sometimes. Nenebete all on his lonesome. He's really...
He'll be happy though. INCO, they're like, okay, third place guaranteed.
That's cool. Yeah.
PMGC guaranteed.
Absolutely. That's how you've got to look at it. And I think you know you're a half glass full type of guy, and I like that. For INCO, they can go to bed now after this. Once Nenebete goes out, they can start thinking about PMGC, celebrating the performance here. But with that third place, grabbing that one, it's not quite done yet, but for me, it kind of is. But grabbing that third place will see them with a nice amount of cash in the bag, 14,000 total. Come on, Nova, you can do it. There you go.
Good shots.
Took a while, but they got there. But they will be securing their $14,000 there for INCO. Not how they hoped their final day would go, but Alpha 7, as well as Influence CHEMIN, they engaged the nitro today, and I think INCO definitely felt the heat as those cars sped past them towards the finish line. Alpha 7, you can see them up towards that north side, Martin.
Yeah, they are taking a little bit of fire towards Infinity. They're going to be moving in with this one. Influence CHEMIN currently sitting in the junkyard area and the high ground compounds that they have secured their next circle. Send us up north around over Impala. Still has some water in play, but still very predictable that there's a lot of space inside here. What does your eyes see, Legolas?
I see two knocks over towards Alpha 7. They're able to at least bring one back up to speed, but INF is helping the other INF here as Infinity holding out the guys from Alpha 7, and they're sending for the hills. One of their players goes down, and Alpha 7 at 3, and with Influence CHEMIN down towards this south side on El Azahar, they have a really good chance to find those 6 points that they need and a little bit more on top of it to take the first spot away. This is disastrous for Alpha 7. They need to salvage, they need to repair what has happened on this side of the map.
Knights on the other hand here, fighting with Furious Gaming. Utility being used from Tenta. Does not connect to any of them. Fighting for one of the priority compounds, I would say, inside this circle here. Longhouse. With some walls around it. You can save your vehicles at this point. But Knights, they ended up going straight forward. Good time to fight. It means you're not going to get shot on too much by the other teams. That's a fantastic nade right there for Coops. He does not connect. He's going to... Oh, that's perfect. He saw the nade coming. Now, more utility fight is coming here. That's a good nade. Could return. Could take one down. Does not get him down, though. Coops managed to get in quickly. Knights, they've continued this fight here. A little bit of a stale one. Shots from Trigger and the boys. They find a lot of damage onto Sanhok. Coops finds Fernan, though, with a fantastic headshot with the bolt action.
I mean, it's hot here on Miramar, and Coops just wants to give you a few more holes for the air conditioning. Honestly, keep yourself cool. Milovan drops a nade over the top. Tries to bring the heat back into the action as the Knights with a cooling breeze, but they are laid down, calmed by Furious Gaming here. The Knights desperately trying to salvage a pretty difficult situation here. Xenox was able to get in, get the heal off as well. Milos takes down Coops, our MVP candidate, who's letting it slip slightly.
Sanhok's last member, he's going to be found, and that's Furious Gaming able to take down Knights in 14th without any eliminations for them. And that's probably going to put the MVP spot for Coops in the bin, considering he was not on the top. for the most eliminations at this point here. Just for fun, continues to have fun here in Impala on the eastern side towards the water. All 4 members standing, vehicles available for them, so they could potentially have a good one here. ATON, high ground, but they have another team close to them, and it is Just for Fun also climbing the high ground with the Barky currently Nate. As you see Alpha 7 on that northwestern side, desperately trying to get into the circle while it's closing, and Infinity are fighting them a little bit, and Nova also gatekeeping them.
They're getting gate kept all over the place. You know what I do really like, though, is that Just for Fun is now dealing with ATON. They were like, look, guys, we dropped on Team QUESO 5 times. We were only paid 5 times. You've done nothing with it. And now we're coming back, demanding payment, demanding some remuneration for the cost that you have cost us here in this championship. So ATON, better watch out. This could be Team QUESO actually getting a little bit of luck here on their side, as Just for Fun maybe gives them an out here.
Nitsu, half HP, has to heal. Circle is kind of fantastic for this one here. Northern Impala ending with a lot of the Impala high ground in play. Influence CHEMIN in the north side of the all processing area and the factory side. Just for Fun continues to kind of maintain control of the northern part of the high ground of the rocks and high ground buildings. As Aninia takes shots towards Trigger. That's Furious Gaming coming in late. They tried to get into Impala, but also tried to get into the high ground there. They ended up losing that. Yi finds Diego from VIVO keyed. Nitsu has an insane amount of information available to him from that high ground. Trigger lost. Furious Gaming down to 3.
Influence CHEMIN up on this northern side. They have a great compound. And I mean, this is the team that's battling it out with Alpha 7. And Influence CHEMIN are already at the table, Avenger. At the moment, Alpha 7 is still trying to get the GPS working towards the restaurant. Not quite there yet. Nice nade there from Cielo, though, towards Yi. Will take him down. VIVO Key still moving on top. Cielo on life support at the moment. Barely any health on his side. I don't know what he's doing, but you know, he's got the oxygen mask on. Still going for the time being. There's shots from behind, though, and Kindness will be taken down.
And now it begins the Infinity Dream Run. PMGC spot.
True.
Nova down to just Rin on screen. Kindness knocked. Alpha 7 with the potential to move into this next circle here. Team QUESO also on your screen. Currently holding on to the Fields compound. 2 guys rotating. It's Reyes and Ayala. And they're going to be rotating it behind Alpha 7. That could be dangerous. Let's see where Rin end up going when he has to move. Akia's moving here with Infinity, and they're going to be forced to move away from this. Probably put some screams, so taking some shots at Infinity. And now they're going to be jumping into vehicles and getting out of there. This is the time for the rotation to start. Circle closes, and I'm just hoping for a west one here. A west one with the potential for an urban ending would be great.
It would be a super interesting finish. Team QUESO swinging on past the guys from Alpha 7 with a staggered approach to this rotation as well. Mythic was left behind, stuck out in the cold. Of Infinity chasing him down, but you're right, a fantastic circle here with Just for Fun. It would be a dream come true if Just for Fun were able to finish off the day with a chicken dinner from this high ground. I would be so pleased to see it. But ATON also, similarly, with a great spot here. And Team QUESO quivering in their boots over on this side. Worried about this one, not quite towards the conversation as of yet. ATON Esports,
a pretty good entry, I think, from this gas station. If they're able to kind of clear the potential teams ahead of them. Of course, ATON standing on the high ground, but with a little bit of a macro play, they could make a play to have some control of the western side of Impala. A lot of teams is bound to be moving into inside of Impala, take control of some of the inside buildings. The deeper they can take it, the better, of course. And then it's going to be an urban ending fight for a lot of them, but it's only a 35-40% chance for it to be an actual urban ending. We could end up on the east side, we could end up on the north side, or on the high ground. And with that, Team QUESO could be moving on foot below the high ground and move around and maneuver a little bit with that. I'm kind of hoping to see that happen here.
Influence CHEMIN taking damage. I mean, just for fun, takes no prisoners, doesn't matter who you are. ATON, though, directly going against their competitors there with Team QUESO. Yeah, Influence CHEMIN take a big knock, but it is Alpha 7 who now have to play very safe. 2 Influence CHEMIN predictions, an Extreme Slayers prediction there coming through from Imperium. So worrying, and I think Influence CHEMIN even know this. For Alpha 7, it must have been tough rotation for them. They were sent away. It's a surprise they've even made it into Impala, to be honest. Take some seriously good rotations, and it's so sad that they were split up between them and Mythic. They were crying out to him saying, we found a spot, we've got an area inside of Impala. He tries to rotate down directly past loops, but they will take him out fairly quickly. Yeah, I know, right?
Screamzu has the angle. He's the defender here. He's the anchor player. He's the savior. And Team QUESO is pushed further and further away. 2 teams fighting straight up for the PMGC spot right now. Choco going down. This is huge. Just for fun, let's move even further on the northern side. It's not going to be an impact on ATON's play right now. But can Team QUESO make something happen here? Extreme Slayers also in the talk. 3 points behind Team QUESO. Wouldn't it be just detrimental to Team QUESO for it to be either ATON or Extreme Slayers that would be eliminating them? Oh, that's a fantastic shot. Puts Ayala to half HP. And Ayala is now in shambles behind that tractor.
He's fully visible as well, but I think that Robert can't quite spot him from that range. Just to be an observer glitch there, but finally we'll find that shot, and that's from Nitsu up on high. Alpha 7 praying.
It's Fran. Oof.
Ayala also cleaned out. With 2 eliminations on the side of ATON. Getting closer towards that goal. Alpha 7 really want this western shift. If it does head towards the western side, causing Influence CHEMIN to have to cross, they're more than likely going to take a lot of shots. So this could be decided on a west or an east shift, but it does go down towards that south side just for holding a strong position. And ATON may be able to get even further into this game. Alpha 7 will have to move.
Nitsu trying to get some more information that could be a team over there. Just for Fun was aggressing towards them earlier, but now they have pulled back just a little bit. This is a rough and wild circle here, a roller coaster of a circle. Reyes now trying to survive. And Extreme Slayers is completely aware that this is Team QUESO over there. And ATON, such a nuisance to them right now. Infinity moving up below. And they could have an impact to this late game too.
Alpha 7 losing a player. Mafioso knocked as well and flushed. Now just Revo alive. The biggest player currently on Alpha 7. Looking to take it all the way.
Reyes.
Reyes does find Robert. That was one of the players that was massively causing them problems. And with ATON being right on the edge, Avenger, like if they have to move, it could spell doom for them. And currently Team QUESO, they have options, but only 2 players now. That is the difficulty.
This is not the team you want to give it up to, but Team QUESO makes the play onto Extreme Slayers. I love what I'm seeing. He's on fire. One of the members from Extreme Slayers was on fire. Papi now left to defend here. Screamzu didn't see him. He popped out. Takes down Papi. This is huge. It's quick. Last player alive for this one here. Goes for the nade. Papi puts her with his DPS in hand. Can he push out? Door not open. Nesquik running around. Papi Poster's gonna move out. Gonna take him down. This is crucial point. And crucial defense coming out. This is the members you do not want to lose points to, and they're able to take 2 points away from them and take him down to 1 member. Now Extreme Slayers just left to 1 player. It's Hayuya, and there he is extremely close to Just for Fun.
Team QUESO needed that desperately. It's cleared out some room towards that south side. They can stay pretty much away from the guys of ATON for quite some time. Hopefully someone else takes them out in their place. Infinity very close to them. Revo knows he's going to have to move at some point. Can't stay in this church all game. And Influence CHEMIN, they're chilling. They're chilling on that eastern edge. Not doing anything. They know that if they can stay safe, and Alpha 7 has had a horrible time over on that western edge, if they can just ladder up a little bit, get towards those top placings, it's impossible for Alpha 7 to do anything about it. Praying now for that church shift. But if it happens, you imagine Furious Gaming might even try and clear a player from it.
ATON continues to hold on to this high ground. Southern shift here could be huge for Team QUESO. Extreme Slayers has to move. Hayuya has to move before Team QUESO has to. And this is their closest competitor when it comes to that spot for PMGC. Furious Gaming down to one member now. One is knocked. Just for fun, taking shots. Really good shots here from Federal. Zuko got headshot on that distance. Furious Gaming out. 11 eliminations in 9th place. Super well played by them here for this game. Team QUESO going for that potential elimination confirmed there on Zuko. Oh, it's in for... Ooh, that is dangerous and scary. An aggressive team pushing like that. Influence CHEMIN coming towards them.
Yeah.
Don't want to play like that. They want to see if they can sneakily confirm one of the points and get that their way. We're down to just 8 teams now. 23 players remaining blank.
I mean, time is not on the side of A7 here. For ATON, they did need a big game. They were 14 points behind Team QUESO at the start of this one. It was really Extreme Slayers that were trying to battle out against Team QUESO, but them going down means that... Actually, it's just Yayuya. Yayuya is still healing out. He has that med kit. It is the last one, but 0 eliminations. I think Team QUESO will have passed them. But ATON need to keep going here. Influence CHEMIN have remained out of the action for so long, and VIVO doesn't have anywhere to go. If Influence CHEMIN don't go down now, then Alpha 7 may very well be passed.
ATON, good usage of utility here, holding on to this high ground. Spots Hayuya. Hayuya goes down, and that is Extreme Slayers and out. And they were behind Team QUESO when this game started and didn't get any eliminations. Unfortunate for them, but ATON continue the hunt, continue the chance that they have right now to try to catch Team QUESO with another point their way. Still 4 members standing, but Sanhok is knocked.
Federal taken down. One of the players from Team QUESO. You're right though, ATON still holding on, but Infinity finds another. That's Papi Potro out. And that'll be Team QUESO going down. So there's still a chance for the guys from ATON to push further beyond.
Ooh, they're top 3 now.
Top 3? Actually, yeah, there's a massive chance here.
But loops, the spoilers.
0 limbs. I think that's it. I think Influence CHEMIN may have taken the top spot. We'll have to find out later. But ATON may have just gone far enough. It'll be close.
It's going to be extremely close. We're not going to be able to call it. We're going to wait to see what the desk is going to say about that one. But right now, Loops with 4 guys standing strong, high ground advantage. Has to get off the high ground though. ATON now got the rests off, and now all the first aids are going in, and they're going to have to make a push for this. Loops has GC got on this high ground here, trying to make sure that they can get the points available to them. The other Loose members, they have taken this other kind of patch of high ground ridges towards the circle, but they are not in just yet. Making some utility play at this point. 8 smokes, 7 smokes now in hand here for Toiko. This is huge. Shots coming in from GC God. This is such a rough play here for ATON. Now they're gonna have to try to send it. Shots coming in from Chief in the side. He's gonna jump try to make a play. Oh my god, doesn't take any damage now. Can he take Fran down? Make a push forward. Fran goes down. Oh, GC Gods go down, and Fran actually managed to get this one together with Sanhok. They're gonna try to confirm as many points as they can possible here.
ATON picks up 1 elimination there. That takes them to 6. They go down in 3rd. That's 16 points. I think that was practically exactly what they needed to overtake, but I think Team QUESO were able to get 4 points on this game. Oh, it's ever so close, Avenger, and we can't call it. But I'm pretty sure with this game from Influence CHEMIN, who were practically just chilling, that is all we can say about them. They've been so aggressive, so brutal this entire tournament, but when they need to chill, they know they need to, and they'll sit down and drink a pina colada, sip it by the beachside, if that's what it takes to take the championship home.
Oh.
ATON now out. They got the second place, maybe. But Loop's the only thing standing in Influence CHEMIN's way. They finish with the chicken dinner and the icing on the cake here. Looking for one more Avenger. Just one last lad alive for the Loops. And it's a basketball hoop for Influence CHEMIN as they sink the three-pointer. They'll take the chicken dinner. But who takes those PMGC tickets? We just don't know yet. But the desk, that's what it's all about. Let's find out who our champions are and who heads to PMGC.
What a fantastic game for Influence CHEMIN.
This has been an incredible match. Oh my goodness. Woo! How could we ask for a more insane ending? I had to get a new card because I was just rolling this one up.
Extremely close-knit. It all came down to the bitter end. That circle that included the island right from the very start. We were like, island finish, island finish, island finish. Wasn't quite there, but certainly we made up for it.
Honestly, looking at this region and the last two tournaments, by far the most action-packed, the most exciting tournament that we have had.
Intense.
The most intense by far. Oh my God.
All right, well, you know what? It's time to find out who is going to the big show. Here is the second page of the game. Furious Gaming with 169 points. Nice, but it's about that first page. Who made it? As we take a look,
QUESO did it! 2 points!
2 points!
I told you they need the eliminations.
Points! Oh my goodness!
By the way, just to let you know, in that game, Team QUESO got themselves 4 total points. ATON got themselves 16.
Well, you know what? It's time to find out who our champions are, and it's gonna be none other than Influence CHEMIN! Oh my goodness! They have done it! It is all over! The last game!
They upset Alpha 7 again in another regional tournament. Influence CHEMIN in the last possible moment. I thought it was Alpha 7 getting that revenge.
Influence CHEMIN are Alpha 7's kryptonite. Influence CHEMIN, they stay consistent. They stay under the radar, but they got the job done. Influence CHEMIN.
Let's go, baby! That is what we're talking about! That is the PMPL Americas Fall 2022 Championships for you right there. The last game! Clutching it up. What more could you ask for, everybody? What more could you ask for?
Oh my God.
It was incredible, like 24 games, and it came down to the final one. This is what we love about PUBG Mobile Esports, and let's be fair, the journey's only just beginning, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. The big show is where it's all about. And you can see here is the overall rankings. Alpha 7 coming up just short, but then Team QUESO making it to 6th place. Oh my goodness. Influence CHEMIN, Team QUESO, INCO Gaming are going to the big show. Look how tight it was, dude. I mean, ATON Esports. And you know what? Team QUESO taking out extreme players was the difference maker.
Well, I have to say, remember the 3K or 4K from that Team QUESO player. He managed to get so many important points.
Oh, Reyes.
It was Reyes.
Yeah.
Those points, he's like, just the fact. And remember, he was gate kept by Nova. Outside in the blue, left to rot, but he kept on healing. And then he kills one of the Nova players. And then he goes on to eliminate the entire Alpha 7 squad.
And even better, when he was almost taken out, closing the door so that nade couldn't go in and take him out. What a clutch play.
Like, for Team QUESO, let's be fair, it was squeaky bum time and it was not a good way to qualify, but they now have an opportunity to redeem themselves and redeem the LATAM region. We will have 2 LATAM representatives in the PMGC.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's gonna be some monsters in the PMGC coming up, so I hope you guys have your calendars marked and ready for it. But you know what? They're gonna also have to deal with all of these Brazilian teams coming in.
Oh my God.
Influence CHEMIN. That's clutching it up. Our PMPL Americas champions right here. they were not in first place for a while. Last game, boom, that's it. Now my question is,
Okay.
who is the MVP of this tournament here, huh?
Federal.
You really think it's Federal?
Federal.
I mean, it's not Goose, but yeah, you're right. It was Federal indeed.
baby.
Do I get a prediction point for that?
No, you don't. No, I'm not even. No.
Okay, like this guy, let's be fair, it wasn't just him. The whole of Influence CHEMIN were absolutely on point, but this guy, he's a superstar. 40 eliminations in 24
Wow.
games, 9,300 damage, and an absolutely spectacular average survival time.
Let's take a look at his highlights right here.
Yeah, they needed him in a very important moment in the tournament, and boy, did he not disappoint.
The parachute, knocking him out. I mean, this man is just straight cracked. I mean, now here's the question. That MVP, $1,000, does he take it for himself, or does he split it with his team?
If I were him, I'd split it with the team, because behind every superstar, there's a team that supports him, right? But behind every great man, there's a great woman, for example. It's the same principle. It's a team game at the end of the day. We will always highlight a fantastic player such as Federal proved himself once again. But like I said, Influence CHEMIN as a team stepped up big time.
Sandstorm, thoughts?
Honestly, not the end that I thought we would actually get, because we were talking about this at the beginning of the day, thinking there's a massive gap going into this end of the day, or rather the start of the day. But the fact that it got super close after game 1, after game 2, it just made it that much more exciting, that much more spicier towards the last possible moments. And also just the fact that we were looking towards the map, seeing how the zone was closing in bit by bit, influenced CHEMIN's rotation towards the very end, and Alpha 7 getting gate kept by Infinity. That impacted them so much, but well played.
So well done. So now it's time to find out who is your prediction champion here. At the end of it all, it's your boy.
You stole it. You stole my team, and Imperium knows it.
I picked up.
No, you know what? Seeing as how much of a hold you were to me, you know what, Joe? Well done, man.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
I learned off the best. You were beside me. You guided me along with support from Blank.
Yeah, he guided you to 3rd place.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I'll take it.
It's a place.
It's a place at the end of the day.
I'll take it.
Like, yeah, going back to kind of what you said real quick, 4 Brazilian representatives now are going to be in PMGC. Like, all the other regions genuinely need to take notice. Absolutely need to take notice.
That is terrifying.
VIVO KEY is not a team to be messed with. Maybe not as highly performing in this championship as they could have been, but again, they had that ticket. CHEMIN, Alpha 7, INCO.
Oh, yeah.
Man, Brazil is going to be ready.
And INCO for sure, personally, just because of how they performed when it came to the league stage of PMPL Brazil, and then coming into the finals, that 1 point difference, I thought, okay, it was just 1 point. It's not going to matter. Are they going to be able to do it? And I asked that at the beginning of the tournament. Are they going to be able to show up on a 4-day tournament against the best of the best across the 3 regions? And they did. And they very well deserved.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, North America is going to go into PMGC with only one team, and that is the Pittsburgh Knights. Guys, what more could you ask for here at the end of the day? We, of course, got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. This has just been by far one of the most amazing championships that I have seen in such a long time. And then Team QUESO, I wonder the homework that they are going to have to do, right, in order to go into this next tournament, because just sneaking in, right, is it going to cut it when it comes to PMGC? That's for sure.
And you only have a couple of weeks to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's right around the corner, boys and girls. So they need to strap up, get the boots on, and get training.
Like, that's it. Look, you have 1 day to celebrate, 1 day, and then straight back to training. If you guys want to show yourselves throughout the league stage, and we know how deadly those stages are going to be and how cutthroat it's going to be for the PMGC, every single game, like we said it before, every game matters, but literally every second, every rotation, every decision is going to matter in that tournament.
Hey, that's it, folks. That is how you get it done. A big thank you to everybody watching out there. Again, I am your host, Todd Jukes, for the 2022 PMPL Americas Fall Championship. Thank you to Imperium, 7WG, Sandstorm, Blank, Avenger, everybody out there. We will see y'all in PMGC.